Hey guys, welcome back to Welcome back to Matrix Media. Apparently, I can't talk today. Today we're checking out a small claims matter. Judge Middleton, again, Jeffrey Middleton. We're checking him out today. About a driveway that was put in. Contractor put a driveway in, and the homeowner was not happy. Homeowner loses his cool and ends up losing the entire case. So, it's pretty interesting, pretty funny. I watched a few clips of it. So let's check it out.
All right, we're back. We're going to address our small claims docket.
And I'll be right back.
Shannon, will you let Keith know we're not going to be able to address Mr. O'Brien? I can deal with him on Wednesday morning with the arraignments. He has a $50,000 cash or surety bond in his new case. And he is not presumed to be innocent in this case because he pled guilty. He failed to appear for sentencing. So we will do Marty O'Brien with my morning arraignments on Wednesday the 12th. I'm not going to get to him.
Are you going to want him brought here Wednesday?
No. I'll do it by Zoom. It's just I'm going to give him some jail and credit for time served. All right, we are now changed gears to small claims. Of course, I got the criminal case, but I didn't grab the small claims case.
All right.
I don't, just take it.
Yep.
Everybody stay seated. All right, Elena, would you come into the proceeding? I'll give you a proper name. And it's not Elena. You're here on which case?
TM Asphalt versus Travis Blair.
All right, I'll give you a TM Asphalt. And Brenda Garn, would you join us, please? And John Reading and Christy Worrell. Ms. Garn? Ms. Garn, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to call this case. This is Brenda Garn versus Tiffany Schweitzer. It's a claim for $7,000, which is the current limit in small claims. They were never able to serve this lawsuit on Ms. Schweitzer, so we can't proceed at this time.
I heard she was in Jackson.
Say that again.
I heard that she was in Jackson, Michigan.
All right, well, I'll allow 60-day continuance for attempted service. So I'm sorry I had to wait an hour for that, but actually we're 28 minutes behind, all things considered. That isn't terrible. So no hearing today. We can't do a default unless she got served with the action. And so that matter was continued for up to 60 days to attempt to get service. So Ms. Garn, you're good to go. If you get further information about where she is in Jackson, we can attempt that.
Okay.
All right, good luck. I'm going to remove the waiting room. All right, next up is TM Asphalt and Sealing of Schoolcraft versus Travis Blair. You gentlemen here from TM Asphalt?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you state your names
I'm
one at a time?
I'm Brandon Bordner, owner of TM Asphalt.
I'm Terry Moyer, sales rep on this project.
How do we spell Bordner?
Bordner.
And Wyeth? Terry, what's your last name?
Moyer, M-O-Y-E-R.
And you're the service rep?
Yeah, just sales.
All right, would you both please raise your right hand? You will swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give here will be true to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Blair has not appeared.
I'm right here, sir.
Oh, he's here. I thought you were with her. All right, Mr. Blair, would you come up and have a seat?
Yes, sir.
I misunderstood. I'm sorry. That's what you get for assuming things.
So, right here, fine.
You're the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Would you please raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give here will be true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize what the deal was. Ms. Brown and Mr. Reading and Ms. Worrell, and both of you, you're all here on a small claims case. I apologize, keep blowing my nose, but small claims is a separate division of the 3B District Court. Claim is limited to $7,000, and you can sue for money damages only. You can't sue for a tort. And I'll explain that later if it becomes relevant. Neither party is allowed to have an attorney in small claims court. We don't strictly follow the rules of evidence or procedure. That is, I won't make you go through a bunch of foundational rigmarole to get letters and documents in, but everybody is under oath. This is important. There's no formal record being made in small claims court, and there's no appeal. Any decision made in small claims court is final. Gentlemen from TM Asphalt, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Brown, and Mr. Reading and Ms. Worrell?
Yes.
You agree? All right, we're going to take this one first, and then we'll address yours. All right, this is a claim for $2,825.82. Let me get into the electronic file. We get a lot of these different contractors suing on non-payment of a contract. In this particular case, I got so much junk in here, I haven't had a chance to clean it out. The plaintiff claims that amount for services rendered and the amount unpaid. The total was $13,940. Defendant paid $11,114.38, and plaintiff contends $2,825.82 is due. Mr. Blair has a different view of things, and he filed an answer. Sorry, I don't have copies of these. I have to go. He says, I agree to pay something, but this is not full amount. Working on getting a code for unfixed damage. I counterclaim for $3,000 because of the damage done to my yard, harassment by Terry Mosby.
Should have been
Moyer for just showing up at my house, causing issues. You can't really sue for that sort of thing.
He showed up unannounced after I made a formal complaint online about their poor standard of quality, and actually admitted that they were at fault. The owner.
All right, well, you're the defendant, so
Yes, sir.
they get to go first. I'll
No,
hear
sir.
your story. You're all under oath. All right, gentlemen, Mr. Bordner, why do you believe he owes you $2,825?
I will say there has been some additions that we've had on the service
You're
charge.
gonna have to speak up. I'm having trouble hearing you here. Maybe it's because I'm elderly, but
There have been some adjustments to that. He has made an additional $200 payment, and we have had another service charge added on for the overdue nature of the bill. I currently show the overdue balance at $2,665.21.
all right. Now, Mr. Blair, your answer is a little unclear. You said I owe some, and I'm willing to make payments, but on the other hand, then you counterclaim for $3,000.
Well,
So
I have a issue with the driveway itself, Your Honor. I have sinkholes developing in part of in the driveway that extend over 35 feet long and about 25 feet wide. They were not there originally. They started off as a small little hole. They have since grown and almost runs an entire length side of my driveway, which I have pictures and video of. There's several cracks. One crack in general is over 25 feet long or 22 feet long. The cracks continue to grow as the weather continues to worsen. I have cracks down the side of the driveway, which are not relevant to what Brandon's going to say it's part of the edging, but it's not. It's actually, if you look at the driveway, it's cracking. I've got samples from where my driveway is cracking, which he assured me would never do, and it's cracking here. I also have both of them. I recorded both of them on my property where they both admit that they could have easily fixed this, but they decided not to. Brandon and Mr. and Terry said that it's an easy fix with heat and a hammer, and they never even bothered to bring either when they showed up at my house the second time. I have to get estimates, but right now, small ballpark, they parked their heavy equipment along the side of my driveway, and it left 2 deep trenches, which also resulted in damaging the deck of my mower, which now I need a quote on that. They used part of my driveway. They used part of my, I had seed and I had mulch, and I had some peat moss. They used that as support for the driveway. Even right in that same spot, I have a tiny sinkhole developing there. It's probably about 5 feet long. The damages overall, Your Honor, I have not been able to get an estimate. So, but I think that with everything going on, I think it's easy to say that I also filed up with a letter, different letter. I mailed them a certified letter to which Mandy signed. I mailed them a letter, and they did sign it. I left the receipt signed within my car. It's at the shop getting repaired. But I did get a signed copy, which was with I signed an official document stating that they are to fix this. They have not even addressed it or even acknowledged it, but they did just admit to cashing the check because the check was sent with the letter.
Now, which check is that?
The $200 I just sent them. And I mean, overall, they promised good, high quality asphalt, 36A asphalt. Through my investigation, my online, some of my research and looking up different cases and everything going on, you can clearly see that they use subpar material and they substitute subpar material. And as I walk out my steps, you can see that the asphalt's pulling apart and it's just turning into nothing but stone. Hot asphalt mix is not supposed to look like it's a stone or reptilian skin. And most of my driveway looks like that. Where the sinkholes are, that's about 35 feet long. That entire section looks like it's done with poor material. The causes of the sinkhole is a result of poor base setting, quickly setting the asphalt layers so they were quick to do it. And then on top of it, some material. I'm not going to pay for subpar material. And until I have a quote, best case scenario, that whole section has to get tore up, just get fixed. Because they have to strip it all the way down to the base layer to fix it.
All right, they're not here. You're here. You've got a laptop.
They're right. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they're there, but if I'm to look at your pictures, it's going to be hard for them to see them.
Yeah, I didn't know.
All right, well, there is a way to tie into that where we could share the pictures, but I'm not sure. Let's see what you got, what you want me to see.
Do you want to tie it in, or I can attest if they want to attest? They were both in person, seeing everything.
I will bring it up here. We'll see if we can show.
You want to do it, man? Sorry. Oh, this is just want that, man.
No, I want you to come up and operate it. I don't want to wait your laptop.
Sorry, man. Or sorry, Your Honor. Where would you like it at, sir?
Set it right here,
Facing the screen.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
What we're gonna do is I'll probably put the camera on.
Whatever you need to do, sir.
All right, what I want to see are the pictures.
Okay. So I want to. Oops. This is an email, but we'll go over that later. Asphalt. Okay, so we'll get into this, right? Gotta go back. So this is my asphalt. You can see here that this is not what high grade asphalt is supposed to look like. You can see how if you want, I can pull up the original. We can zoom in if you want, Your Honor. But you can see how this is all scaling. That is poor grade asphalt. That means they're using this is them using recycled asphalt instead of high grade asphalt, which is what's in the contract with 36A. I never agreed upon that.
All right, are you an expert in asphalt?
No, Your Honor, but if they would like to testify under oath what they used, if they can demonstrate through quality controls or anything they've done.
All right, well, they can't see your pictures, and I don't know if I can get my camera over there.
I can move it closer, whatever you prefer, Your Honor.
Right now, it's not even facing the right direction. It's on, let's see here.
I have long arms, Your Honor.
Well, they can't see that, but
Whatever you need to do,
it's
sir.
on this camera right here. So let's see.
I'll bring it closer.
All right, go ahead. Okay, just show me what you want to show me.
Okay, so you got the low grade quality asphalt. I go, here's the cracking. This is just a small example of the cracking. Same cracking. Down in here, this is actual video, but underneath all of this, it's so brittle, it's falling apart, which is part of that example. And what's happening is the seams on the asphalt, Your Honor, are breaking apart. And then underneath here, water can get in. It's going to basically eventually separate, and all this these sections are going to fall apart. I mean, right now we've got freezing going on. So the water's going to get in underneath all of this asphalt, and it's going to pop it up. Eventually it's going to destroy within a year or two, these sections are going to be completely gone because there's no base. It's all just up like this. Water can get in. And now it's just eventually when it freezes, it's going to lift and it's going to start cracking across the driveway. Really can't. Actually, if you want, I'll turn.
No, just show me the rest of the pictures.
Here's more examples how it's just brittle, falling apart, more uneven surfaces. Right here is one example of the sinkhole, Your Honor. That's just one section. That's after a recent rainfall.
Back up.
Yes, sir. Right here.
So what am I looking at?
This is just one of the. This is
a mud puddle on top of it.
No, this is a sinkhole. Oops. This is a sinkhole from them with they did this entire section wrong. You can see how the sinkhole is starting to develop because of it. And that's just one section. You can see here that entire section is nothing but a sinkhole, and it runs all the way down that. And that's the result of them not doing this correctly at all. Their whole base layer is wrong.
So looks like a big puddle. So it's a low point that's full of water.
Yeah, and it's not even. And eventually, what's happening now is all this is freezing, and it's turning into nothing but one big ice rink. Well, this is an example of poor quality because it started out, Your Honor. If I may go back. It started off almost that size, but it started off that size over here. And now it just keeps growing. And I have more, but you can clearly see how that's just a depression right there. That's an example of poor quality. And then here, if you keep, when it goes further, you see all that? That is because they did this entire job in a hasty manner with substandard material, and they did it in a fast because they're behind schedule because of the rain we had throughout July and August. They were so far behind schedule. Brandon can attest to, if he wants to admit under oath, they were working from basically sun up to sundown and on Saturdays because they get caught back up. More.
All right, do you have any more pictures?
Yeah, this is the latest. You can see, look how much freezing that is. They're supposed to have measurement, but you can see all of that is all frozen because of the sinkholes and depression from poor material. So you can see, this is another video of how big this depression is. This is not what a driveway is supposed to look like. It's not supposed to sink in on itself. May I move on?
Yes.
And you can see here again, you can see how it clearly runs all the way down and all the way over. So it's not even draining, it's just flooding, and this entire section is scaling and coming apart. Everything in here is scaling and coming apart. We don't need that. I think this might be. So you got more, this is more pictures, more video. I'll start moving my stuff. Underneath all this, Your Honor, is it's cracking, and eventually my camera angle is horrible. But underneath all of this, all the way down, there's more cracking, more cracking, more cracking, more cracking, more cracking. And I'll go on. I have an actual video of all of it. Something here. So right here, if you come out, oh, this is Terry. If you want to watch the video of Terry coming out of my house, but this is what
No,
Terry.
I just want to see the pictures of the.
So that's it. I have a video. I think I have a video on my phone, Your Honor. If you want, I can play that video showing you how long the measurement is. And I have a video of it being over at 22 feet, if you'd like to see that.
No, just.
But I will testify under oath that it is over 22 feet.
All right, thank you. You can take your.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, I was unsure that this would never happen by Brandon himself when he came out to this driveway. I have more chunks that I haven't even brought.
So they're on the edges?
All over the place, Your Honor. It's not just the edges, the end of my driveway, when I was leaf blowing it, it's starting to peel up because of how poor the quality is on one side. When I was leaf blowing it, it started bringing up chunks.
All right, gentlemen, that's quite a lot to unpack. Those videos were probably very difficult for you to see. But it does appear there's substantial low points in the driveway. He showed cracking and breaking along the edges, and he claims there are chunks. What's your response?
We can go through all of this, and I have an itinerary or list of dates and times that we've talked to him. And some of these complaints we have never heard of. So to go through some of the stuff, on July 17th is when the driveway was first paved. On July 25th, we invoiced Travis for the full amount. On July 25th, he wrote.
All right, now what was the full amount?
The $1,13,860 was the original amount.
That was the original quote?
The original quote and the invoiced amount, yes, sir.
All right.
He wrote a check to us on that date, July 25th, for $10,000.01. On the 28th of July, we returned Travis's phone call about paying the rest of his bill. Travis was not happy. He wanted to pay the rest by credit card and was going to pay the full amount, but he was not happy about the 4% fee. So he decided not to pay the remainder on the credit card. On July 28th, later on in the day, Terry went out to look at the property due to the complaints that he presented to us during the phone call. Terry then offered to fix the driveway because they were just the edge cracking. And truly, all that does take is a short amount of time, an asphalt porch, and a little tamp to compact it. He refused and said that he was not going to let a crippled elderly man do the repairs, which is when he had the video of Terry sitting on the scooter. On July 25th, he made a Google review with that same video. Or 28th, sorry, I apologize. July 28th, he made the Google review. On July 29th, tried to leave a voicemail twice. One at 12:57. He called back at 4:03. Travis stated that he no longer was paying the bill in full because the driveway was cracking on the edges, and he stated numerous times that he was not going to let an elderly man fix it. On August 4th, we received a check for $112.21. On August 5th, we received a check for $2.72. Both of these have nice little comments on them. On August 5th, Terry texted Travis to try and come out to fix the cracking. We did find out it was an incorrect phone number at the time. We did try and make contact and thought it was, but that was the incorrect phone number as our mistake. On August 13th, Travis came to our office to pay the $1,000 on his account by credit card to continue paying it off. Told us numerous times he was going to take us to small claims court because he had already repaired the driveway himself using crack fillers.
So did you accept that $1,000 payment?
We have accepted, yes. Yep, and that is on the invoice as showing updated and the correct balance as well.
May I add something real quick, Your Honor, if I may, when they're done, or how?
Yeah, you can wait till they're done.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
August 13th is when he came to pay the $1,000 on credit card. Said that he had purchased all the stuff and already fixed his own cracks on the driveway with material that he had purchased on his own with no consultation. August 15th, Tammy called to set up an appointment to look at his driveway for repairs to his satisfaction. He stated on the phone call that he was not sure going to look at it was worth it because he had already started repairing it himself with his crack filler from Amazon. We still made an appointment for Friday, August 22nd at 10 a.m. to have myself, Terry, and my business partner, Tammy Stafford, attend.
All right, just a minute.
Yes, sir.
All right, so he said he started repairing it himself using his own crack filler on 8/15. What was next? You made an appointment to go out there?
Yes, sir. And then on August 22nd at 10 a.m. is when we set up the appointment where we went to the property, knocked on his door. He asked us what we were doing there. Continued to show us where he had fixed the cracks without our consultation, and we informed him again. At that point, I no longer felt comfortable fixing the cracks. Normally, like I said, they were very easy, and I have photos of another property that the same thing happened, that we fixed it and took about 10 minutes. Client's happy as can be. You can see before and after photos showing the edge cracking. Once he puts a product on there that I don't know the product and have no knowledge of, the way to fix asphalt is to reheat it through asphalt torches, and then to use plate compactors and rollers and vibratory compactors to repair the asphalt. With him having an unknown product on there, we don't know whether that produces toxic smoke or whether it melts or any of that. And so we could not fix any of the damage that he had covered with that material at that point, and we went over that with him. As for any damage in the lawn, the original invoice and his signed copy that he says states right in there that we are not responsible for any landscaping or reinforcing the edges of the driveways. We went over that with him. He did state that there was a wet spot on the puddle. The only video of that we've gotten that we could see, because I could not see earlier when he was showing you, it was actively raining when he showed us the puddle. And according to the standards that he has printed off for us, it says that the puddle needs to be at least a half an inch dip or a half an inch in depth in order to count as a depression. And he's never provided us with a video or a measurement for depth. And on August 22nd, when we met him there, as we ended that meeting, he told us never to come back on property. And so we have followed his wishes, and we have not contacted him other than sending updated invoices, and have had no further contact or showing up on property due to his own request.
Hey,
Just a minute. I'm sorry, I don't have paper copies of these. They're all electronic. So I have to go to my screen to see. I'm looking for the clause that says what's in the contract. We propose to furnish material and labor due upon completion. All work will be completed in a workmanlike manner according to standard practices. Any alteration or deviation from the above specifications involving additional costs will be executed upon verbal or written authorization, become an extra charge over and above the cost of the estimate. All agreements contingent upon strikes, accident, delays are beyond our control. The client agrees to cover all costs arising from litigation should it become necessary. Our workers are fully covered by workman's comp. All down payments are non-refundable. New pavement is very tender for a period of months after installation. It would be very susceptible to power steering, twist, and tire indentations, especially during hot daytime hours. Caution should be taken to avoid sharp turning or turning wheels while not moving. Small objects of any weight placed on the new pavement will tend to sink into the asphalt, i.e. kickstands, ladders, and grills. Please avoid these situations. Any lawn restoration is the responsibility of the owner unless otherwise specified. Resurfacing over existing asphalt or concrete that cracks will result in reflective cracking in new surface. If gravel base is found to be insufficient, there will be additional cost to be negotiated with the owner. So he accepted the proposal on those terms. What does the clause resurfacing over existing asphalt or concrete that cracks will result in reflective cracking in the new surface? What does that mean?
So that would not apply to this situation. That's when we do overlay, typically more in parking lots where you take off the the top inch or inch and a half of a parking lot and then put a new top layer on the existing base. In this situation, Mr. Blair's driveway was done from the gravel up, so that part of the clause in the statement would not pertain.
All right, you agreed to furnish and install 6 inches of 22A gravel. Was that done?
Yes, sir.
Regrade and compact the gravel base to be paved. Was that done?
Yes, sir.
Furnish and install an average thickness of 1.5 inches of commercial base coarse asphalt and 1.5 inches of commercial service coarse asphalt. So this entire project was to be 3 inches thick.
Yes, sir.
And it says asphalt 36A. What does that mean?
36A is the designation that the asphalt plants provide for the grade of asphalt that's purchased for the day. 36A is considered an industry standard asphalt for residential driveways and produced by both Michigan Paving, Reith Riley, and Lakeland, which are the 3 main asphalt producing plants in our area.
He claims that you did not use 36A, but used recycled asphalt. What's your response to that?
I have zero control. The asphalt plants produce all asphalt in the area for all asphalt companies. When we show up, we order the surface and the tonnage that we require, and the asphalt is put into our trucks and they get tested by the state to make sure that when they say it's a 36A, they're tested periodically to make sure that the scale and size, all that matches a 36A spec.
So what you purchased, who'd you purchase it from?
Reith Riley was the producer of this gentleman's driveway.
And where is that plant?
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
And what you paid for was 36A coarse asphalt?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the biggest thing he has, I suppose, he claims there are depressions which are causing it to have these low points which fill with water. And that would be from an inadequate base. What's your response to that?
So when paving, I mean, you are moving, low spots can be developed due to compaction and things like that. We do fix them on a regular basis. I have an infrared machine and we go behind lots of the different paving companies through different parking lots and do repairs of low spots. Industry standard does tend to hold that it has to be a water puddle that persists for longer than 24 hours at 80 degrees. And according to Mr. Blair, the tolerance that he
This morning.
he would like to follow is 1/2 inch in.
Go ahead.
So, and I do not know, we've never been provided with a measurement of depth, and because we were asked to leave the property and not come back, and the only thing we've been provided was when it was actively raining, that I honestly, and I could not see the videos that he provided to you. I don't know if it's a 1/2 inch in depth, nor if it persists after 24 hours.
All right, Mr. Blair.
Okay, first, can they confirm that, Mr. Moyer, can you confirm that you called me before coming out, and what day was that?
The only thing that I can confirm to you is that I called you when we were getting ready to do the grade work you explained to me that you had, to make sure that there would be no vehicles there, you explained to me that you had kicked your girlfriend out and that there wouldn't be a problem to come anytime. And yes, I did not call you prior to the paving dates, just be based on that and just things that I had going on. But I just went by what you said, that you would be there if they needed a vehicle, you would be there, that nobody else would be any vehicles left there. So that's all I.
And can Brandon, can you please confirm that you testified that Mr. Mosby did call me before coming out?
Mr. Moyer.
Mr. Moyer, can you please testify? What's the owner's last name, sir, Your Honor? I need him to, because he stated in his testimony that Mr. Moyer did call me before coming out because of my online complaint. He did testify that.
So we have been out to your house on several occasions, very told me verbally that
That's Mr. Boardman. So what's the relevance of this?
It's the fact that I made an online complaint and it goes to a, just what I said about the harassment. And Your Honor, I have a blog standard, a blog point from TM Asphalt's own website. They actually recommend that you use a hot rubber crack filler edge to seal the cracks on the edge of a sidewalk, on the edge of a driveway. This is straight off their website. I don't know this whole heat thing, but they even recommend it. I even explained to the
All right, well, you took self-help and made some repair on it without.
that's because Mr. Moyer didn't offer any solution, Your Honor. When he came out in a scooter and a boot. And all he said was, we could just heat it and hit it back together. That was his only solution, Your Honor. Never once did he state that he would call the office and make arrangements. He came out.
Well, by the time they came out for the appointment later in August, you'd already done some self-help.
It's because they offered no solution, Your Honor. Because when Mr. Moyer left, he stated that the only solution was to do two things: heat it up and tap it back in, or I need to lay down more topsoil and help prevent it from cracking further. That was the only two solutions, and Mr. Moyer was in no capable ability of doing that because he was in a boot.
All right.
And he was also on a scooter. There's no way I was going to make him do that.
Well, you said he didn't even come with the tools to do it. I don't think he was prepared to do it.
But he stated that, and then the second time they came out, Your Honor, they didn't even bring the tools either. They just showed up.
Well, they came out, they said to
say something to
assess
that?
yes, just a moment, to assess the project. Yes, Mr. Bordner.
So Terry, as a sales rep, is not responsible all the time for fixing that stuff. He does carry around tools with him and he does repair some things. He was on a scooter and had a broken ankle this year. And as a sales representative, as you and even Mr. Blair has admitted when I asked him the same question, how often does a sales representative that you meet at, say, a car dealership repair your car? So Terry Moyer was not given the opportunity to repair it. And when we as a company tried to be responsible and set up the meeting to address all of these, before we got out there, he had already fixed his own way all of these crack fills. We did show up with the tools because they were in my truck and Terry had another set of tools in his truck that we could have done the repairs for. Mr. Blair also just said that on our website, it does state that cracks should be repaired with hot pour asphalt or hot pour rubber. He, I do not believe, used hot pour rubber to his repair. And when we asked him what he used from Amazon, he described it as a cold pour caulk that he
I did not describe it as a cold pour caulk. I described it as an asphalt caulk. And it was, you said you didn't have any idea what asphalt caulk is. I can play your words if you want to hear them, your own words.
I apologize.
I recorded our conversation.
Use the wrong terms. Asphalt caulk is fine, but either way, it does say on our website, we recommend a hot pour rubber. And that is not what he used. So even doing his own repairs, he did not follow the recommendations that are put on our
But
website.
neither were you guys.
All right, well, stop. We're not sitting around the kitchen table. We're
That's
at a
right.
trial.
Yes.
And this is all about clear as mud. Some of the things that you're suing for, you can't sue for.
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
can't sue for anguish and pain and suffering. You also can't sue for any damage to your lawn. So,
What about my driveway where they forced their way into my garage and cracked the driveway? I don't have a quote on that, but they did force their way into my driveway, into my garage, Your Honor, and parked their machine in there. And I still gotta get, I'm missing tools and stuff. I gotta find receipts so I get
Wait a
that.
minute, don't just start throwing spaghetti against the wall, see if it'll stick. Let's see what's in your counterclaim. I believe plaintiff owes me money because damage done to my yard. You can't sue for that.
I don't have the number. Oops, sorry, Your Honor.
Harassment by Terry Mosby for just showing up at my house, triggering my PTSD. Well, you can't sue for that either. A, I don't know if you established it, and B, you can't sue for a tort like infliction of emotional distress. So
I didn't know that, Your Honor. I
well,
apologize.
that's common. We have it in the next case also. I have it documented that they were at fault.
I have them both on the record stating, Your Honor, can Mr. Moyer please state if he was the one who sold TM Asphalt to the current owners?
Well, I don't know what.
That's relevant because, I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's relevant because if Terry sold them this, he would be qualified to know what damages are. He's not just a sales rep, he used to own the company.
All right, fair enough, but I'm looking at your counterclaim. $3,000 because they damaged my yard. The contract says that's on you. Harassment by Terry Mosby, that you can't sue for that. So that's what's in your counterclaim.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
All right, so then let's look at their claim. The quote was for $13,940.20.
13,860 was the original invoice.
That's correct.
Yes, then the actual invoice submitted on 7/25 had a credit card fee and some other stuff. So 13,940 minus 11,1438. Now, what's been paid since 11/14/38?
Since 11, he has sent us a $200 check, which brought the balance that he owes, to $2,625.82. And then due to the timing of everything, we had a finance charge added on for the overdue balance of $39.39, bringing the total amount balance due according to our records to $2,665.21.
All right, and that's close to what you pled. Now, he does seem to have some legitimate issues here. I can't tell about the sinkholes. The quality of the video wasn't really good enough for me to see it, but it's breaking up along the edges. And your claim is he didn't give you a chance to fix it. And then he used a self-remedy. The project was put in on the 25th.
So we go
And by
clients that they
within 2 weeks, he was already doing stuff to it.
It's said with landscaping that they have to shore up the edge anytime an asphalt, and we go over this with the client, is left with a full 3 to
You guys
plus
never did though.
of the asphalt. Gravity can pull away. It's why we put that landscaping has to be done, which we go
Which
over.
isn't also in the contract.
All right, again, only one person can talk at a time.
Sorry, Your Honor.
We also, I mean, I have video evidence. I did this a week ago to a client that we paved that had the exact same situation. I don't know how to show you photos over Zoom.
Yeah.
It shows the exact same edge cracking, and I don't know if you can bring these around, at least attempt. If you can't, please let me know. I completely understand. But you can see like that edge crack.
Yes.
Right. And then as we zoom out, you can see the same crack along the edge there that shows the back of the car. All that we do is we take an asphalt torch and a tamp, and we heat the asphalt back up to close to the 200 to 300 degree temperature that it is when we put it down. We hit it with the tamp and it smooths everything back out. And I don't know how well you can see that, but that entire edge, the crack is gone and the entire
Yes, I can see it.
loose asphalt is corrected. That repair and that 10 feet of repairs took me maybe 15 to 20 minutes. And I talked to the homeowner and explained the same thing, that with a couple bags of topsoil, he probably never needs to call me again. If it did happen again, to call me, I'd come back out and do the same thing to address the situation. And it truly, we do that, I would say, out of all the driveways we do a year, there probably is somewhere between 2 and say 10, you know, I don't know what the average is, but somewhere in that range every year that we get these calls and we show up with a little tamp and a torch and we heat it up and we fix it. And I would say, out of, say, if on the worst side you do 10 a year, I don't know, I think maybe one I've got called back to a second time.
All right. Mr. Blair, anything else you wish to say?
I would like to know why Terry just showed up if the owner himself is the one going out repairing it. Why is Terry coming out if he's the one fixing them? If it's that simple, I'm not understanding that, because I have them on recording that when they did this, they knew that this would happen. And
Well, what's the difference? If the service manager comes out to look at it,
when Terry left, there was no mention of anyone coming back out or future calling or contacting. I was basically under the impression I was on my own. And then the last time I made any online complaint, I got follow-up calls asking me to change my review. That's what I thought they were doing. I've never had anyone show up at my house unannounced after I make an online complaint, but here we are. That's what Terry did.
well, maybe he came out to see what the concern was. So,
But
Mr.
the
Moyer, he
owner
says,
testified that he's not qualified, though, Your Honor. If the owner testified he's not qualified, why is he the one coming out?
well, he's qualified to look at it.
That's not his testimony, though.
Well, Mr. Moyer, did you come out and look at it?
Yes, I did, sir. And at that time, there was when we put the second layer of asphalt on, we pulled the top layer over the bottom layer, and that's what had cracked, which was very minimal amount, would have taken very little to fix it. And then there was the mention of the garage door being opened and about us having Hispanics working for us and different things like that. But that was it. And then that was kind of the end right there, is that I would get it fixed. It was, wasn't going to do it that night that when I come, but I would have fixed it. And then, you know, we had review and stuff. We just didn't feel comfortable going back out there until we all went out, and we would have fixed it that day.
So you all went out there that day, which was the 25th or something. Did you have the tools and equipment with you to repair it on that day?
Yes, sir. We both carry around those tools and equipment in our trucks pretty much the entire summer because, well, I do those repairs I do all the maintenance for Michigan Paving, Lakeland, Reith Riley, and I get phone calls on a darn near daily basis to go repair things like this for them.
All right, so you said at some point he told you to leave and not come back?
Yes, sir. And we got in our cars after he had videotaped us and he said, "Don't come back. I don't want you on my property." And that's after he had already done his own self-help repairs and those things. And we have not, other than sending updated invoices with the updated totals, we haven't made any contact with Mr. Miller since then.
May I add context to when they did come out, Your Honor, they did nothing but circle around and refuse to even acknowledge. I did point out the sinkholes, and they completely glossed over it and didn't even address it. From what I'm gathering, they're gonna have to rip that whole section up just to fix it if they have to. I did point out the cracking. They had no tools with them. If they did, yeah, it was in the truck. But I mean, if I was gonna go fix something, all they had to do, if it was that long and if they were willing to, I would have helped them. I even stated that to them. But they didn't bring any tools. They did nothing but make excuses. They walked around and were nothing but condescending, rude, and disrespectful. I got agitated, went in, grabbed my phone, started recording them, and they kept lying to me. I mean, it's just at some point in time, I mean, if they were gonna fix it, why didn't they say, hey, you know what I'm gonna do? I got stuff in my car, let's fix it. And they didn't even do that, Your Honor. So they had the tools, why didn't they bring it out and say, hey, show me where the cracks are, we'll get it done?
There was an
They couldn't even do that. The first 5 minutes was just me arguing with them, and all they did was making excuses about it. And at one point, before the crack was even about, it was about 20 foot long. I don't know. And I said, I was on my own. I didn't know what to do. And I'm asking them. I even followed up with a professional letter saying, hey, you guys need to fix this because I don't feel comfortable. I mean, I can read you an online review where they broke into people's houses, and that's not normal.
What was the date of your letter?
Oh, the formal date, I don't have it in front of me, Your Honor, but I did send it out, and they did receive it. I believe it was.
We have this one.
And I know they did sign it because they did get the check. So they had the letter.
All right, well.
And I did state the depressions, and they were showing all this, Your Honor. And they glossed over it. And every time I'd show them something, they would make an excuse. So I don't know what they were planning on doing when they came out there. But they just kept, I can play the whole video if you want to hear them just. And I even tested the asphalt, that the stuff I applied, it had no issue. It's standard asphalt sealant. It's the same stuff that they would use, or similar. I mean, if they're worried about toxicity, which they never even said, I could have shown them. I had a tube in the garage. They never even asked. I assumed you would know what the stuff is because their company is TM Asphalt and Sealant. I assumed they would know this stuff, but they just, when I told them what I'd done, they didn't ask, hey, can you show me? Can you please? No, they didn't. They also assured me the driveway when it cracked, and here it is right here, examples that it's still cracking. I got chunks like this breaking up still, Your Honor. They assured me if I go home right now, I can pull a chunk out about that big in one spot. And what's going to happen underneath it is water's going to freeze, and if the whole thing's done by the end of this winter, that driveway is going to start having major issues. And I think that when they were behind schedule, they used subpar material, they rushed the job. I mean, they literally broke into my garage to park their machine to cool it down. I mean, I didn't even give them permission. They showed up 2 times.
All right, let's stop.
Yes, sir.
Do you think you're part of the problem? You're so angry. If I just sit there like this, you would rant for 45 minutes. I've got another lady waiting for her case.
Yes, sir.
You're so angry, there's nothing that they could do to make you happy.
I tried.
Then you stop. This is my turn to talk. Then you went out there, you couldn't wait within 20 days of the time they put the substance down. You're out there putting around doing something without any professional advice because you were upset about it. We don't know about these sinkholes yet because we can't tell. They came out, they talked to you, they offered to make the repairs, and you kicked them off your property.
They did not offer, Your Honor.
Well, that was their testimony.
I can play a video if you want to hear them. I have a whole video if you want to hear it.
I don't have time to hear it. So then you countersue them for things you can't sue for. PTSD and lawn damage. And the contract covers lawn damage. I agree, the edges look crappy on there. But you were puttering around out there with something without their blessing within 20 days of the time that they did it. They're a professional company that's been around here for years and years. And this was an expensive job. $13,000 isn't pocket change. And of course they're busy. They're busy every summer. So I don't take it as a criticism. They work from sundown to sunset. It just shows they work hard. So you have some idea that they gave you inferior materials and they rushed your job based on just your opinion about it. And then you're so mad at them that there wasn't anything they could do that was going to make it right. Then you kicked them off your property. And there's a contract. You're suing on breach of the contract, which controls. They gave you a price. They told you how much it was going to cost. they adheres pretty darn closely to the original quote. And according to their testimony, installed it according to standard practice. I would have liked to have given you something in your counterclaim to maybe level this out, but the counterclaim doesn't contain anything that I can award damages for.
Understood, Your Honor.
The amount due is $2,655.31. Plus $86.25 is in costs. Is a total of $2,741.56. You would offer to make monthly installment payments in your answer. But that's not gonna get it at $50 a month.
Whatever the court decides, Your Honor, I would just like to reiterate that the initial contact with Terry, there was no mentioning of fixing the driveway other than him doing it himself. No mentioning of any future contact from the company to fix it. I just want to reiterate that.
All right, that's
which is why I repaired it myself, Your Honor. Because I was under the
again,
impression that
we're
they were not going to fix
we're
it.
under a very short time frame.
Then Mr. Mosby would have said, or Mr. Moore would have said, I'll be back, we'll come back Monday. I would have never had an issue. They would have had a check after they fixed it. I could write a check today, but they demonstrated that they would have no problem breaking into my property, and they showed up 3 times unannounced. That's why I don't want them back on my property, Your Honor.
All right, fair enough. One claim, you claim they didn't do it. The other company claims they weren't supposed to be there by 8:15. Or 8:13, you paid them $1,000. All right, that's my ruling. You're gonna pay this at least $200 per month.
Yes, Your Honor.
Starting December 1st.
Do I get instruction from the court, or do I pay directly
You
to
pay
them?
directly to TM Asphalt.
Yes, sir. I will be.
You can pay it sooner if you want to just get it over with.
Well, I plan on it, Your Honor. I mean, I have more detail once I get more. I mean, I'm gonna file with Laura and a whole bunch of other things about this in the future, so.
All right, that's up to you, but I would have tried to level it out, but as I said, there was nothing in the counterclaim I could award damages for. All right, if you go out to the counter, they'll give you a copy of this.
Yes, sir.
He owes you $2,741.56. Lesson learned here, I guess, has to do with customer service. In this day and age, people post opinions which can damage your reputation, whether it's deserved or not. I had a lady today who has mental illness problems that said on the record all kinds of things that I did, which I didn't. And you got an hour's worth of a trial on YouTube that people are gonna have an opinion about.
I also, I'm 100% disabled veteran, Your Honor. That's why I put that in there.
Well, thank you for your service. What service were you in?
Army, sir. Out of Fort Drum, and then I did a year on at Bob Fenty, Afghanistan, RC East, and then another year on a contract.
That's rough duty. Today is the 250th anniversary of the United States Marine Corps, which an
Yes,
Army
sir.
guy might only tangentially appreciate. All right, you go out to the counter, the clerk will give you a copy of this.
Straight out the same door, Your Honor?
That's right over there.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your
Thank you.
service.
What's that, sir?
Room 107.
107. Do you need anything with the bag? Everything good, sir? No,
You're good to go. All right, gentlemen, thank you. All right. Ms. Brown, would you come up and have a seat? Thank you for your patience. You got a little bit of experience in the small claims process. We'll remove TM asphalt. I'm a little confused, frankly, regarding this next case. To tell you the truth.
I hope to help resolve that.
All right, there are two cases. No, I guess just one. Donna Brown versus John Paul Reading and Christy Worrell. You're John Reading?
John Redding, but I'll take whatever.
Reading, all right. And you're Christy Worrell?
Yes, sir.
And you're Donna Brown.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you all please raise your right hand? You all swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give will be true to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. There are some things in here that you can't normally sue for in small claims court. As I said, a tort. You claim reimbursement, equitable indemnity, negligent misrepresentation against Christy Worrell and Mr. Reading in the alternative, and unjust enrichment. That one you may be able to sue for $4,500. And then I've got a bunch of stuff that I frankly can't completely comprehend.
Back on the record on file number 25354 offline, People versus Afani Badu Muhammad.
Kumar Palapu for the people, P74099.
Christopher Moonkie, 1013 on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, Josh Jones appearing on behalf of Mr. Muhammad, who stands to my right.
And Catherine O'Meara Golden, B53823 on behalf of Mr. Muhammad.
Substanding Mohammed.
Very good. You may be seated. We left off with the medical examiner's report that was tendered to the court. My understanding is we have one more witness. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
All right. You may call your witness.
People call Lieutenant Alex Hollish, who was just here.
All right, guys. So this is out of Detroit, Michigan, just about an hour south of me. I'm in Lansing, Michigan. So this girl fatally stabbed her McDonald's manager in East Point, Michigan. Is actually where it happened, but Detroit. The woman was 39 years old. Jennifer Harris was her name. She was a mother of 6. She died from her injuries. She was stabbed, like I said. Here's an overview. The McDonald's manager, Jennifer Harris, was fatally stabbed in East Point on July 10th, 2025 by an employee, Afani Badu Muhammad. Muhammad was allegedly sent home from work early following an argument, then returned to the McDonald's with a knife and stabbed her manager, a mother of 6, near the drive-thru window. A customer in the drive-thru detained Muhammad at gunpoint until police officers arrived. Absolutely insane. I mean, this is our world. It's crazy. I mean, you got to be in fear to be a manager now. I mean, by sending somebody home early, you got to worry about getting killed. This is crazy. So this is the, I'm assuming it's the prelim. I'm going to try to find the first part of the prelim, but it looks like this is like the prelim was 2 days, and this is the second day of that prelim.
While we're waiting on that, Judge, as far as I see, the only people that are in the gallery and are people from the media, our victim advocate in the courtroom, myself and Mr. Urban, the public defender's office, and some camera from media, and of course your staff.
Thank you.
Defense will attest to that as well, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Put your hand down. State your name for the record.
Detective Lieutenant Alexander Hollish, Alexander Common, Holish.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thanks, Judge. Where do you work, sir?
Eastland Police Department.
How long do you work there?
About 18 years now.
And what's your current rank and duties?
Currently, I'm a detective lieutenant. I'm in charge of investigative division for the department.
What were your duties on or about July 10th of 2025?
I was in the same capacity as a detective.
Okay, so this woman is nuts. I'm going to show you this video. This video she posted before the stabbing. She made a rant about it, about her boss before the stabbing. So I'm going to show you guys this video.
I got sent home early yesterday. I got sent home early today by the same person. I'm telling you, she's a bully.
Girl in court
isn't funny. She needs to understand that just because she's a mother and got children doesn't mean that she can come in the store, you know, disrespecting people, talking to them like everybody's beneath her. She has no respect. And it isn't funny at all. Like, seriously, man, I got shit I gotta take care of. And she keeps sending me home early. It's not funny. She's playing games. And then all day, throughout the day, she keeps sending her little racial shit. And then throughout the day, she keeps on, like, putting negative energy in the air, talking about people, gossiping about people. It's not funny, man. Gonna have to stop. She's a bully. I'm telling you. She's a bully. She brings a lot of negative energy in there. She always panic when there's a lot going on. And then she try to manipulate that and make it seem like we ain't doing something right. But we are working really hard and doing great. It's just the fact that she panicked. And I caught her a few times making a mistake. And she tried to hurry up and play it off. You know, nobody's perfect. It's God knows it happens. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes, like, somebody might get confused. So it gets busy, yeah. But she needs to stop playing like she don't be making mistakes. I be catching her. So all that animosity and that she keep putting in the air and stuff, then trying to tell me I'm always snapping on people. No, that's false. No, I don't snap on people. I don't go in there doing that. I tell her, no, I make peace. That's what I'm doing. I've been creating peace. So all that negative energy that she's bringing in there and trying to manipulate it, no.
Is she Islamic? Is she Muslim? Because that's what it seems like to me. The way she's saying things, like the verbiage that she's using, I make peace. And her name is Muhammad, her last name is Muhammad, first, I mean, it's a good possibility. So that's what I'm leaning towards. They're violent people.
That's going to stop. All that negative she's saying about, her personal life, all of that. No, she's bringing all of that in there and then playing games saying she want to take her belt off and beat somebody. Y'all act like my kids in here. No, we ain't your kids. Respect us. Stop talking to us like that. That shit is crazy. I'm telling you. But to get sent home 2 days in a row, man, and I came in on my off day to make up my time, and she still sends me home early, it's not funny. Somebody gonna have to do something about that. It's not funny. It's not fair.
I will say this, though. After watching this is my first time seeing this, so this is real live reaction. Okay. Saying that she's crazy and all this stuff, like, okay, so here's the thing. She's talking with passion. She's talking with charisma. Okay. I believe what she's telling me. I believe her. So, and I've had managers like this, not at McDonald's, but, you know, at other places, at factory jobs, you know, or working in warehouse jobs, where I worked in a warehouse job running a forklift, and I had bosses that were like this, just power tripping. And that's what she's explaining to me, it sounds like. And the girl just had enough and finally snapped. And I know that feeling. Where it's like, oh my gosh, like somebody needs to do something about this. Obviously not that, but I'm saying that, you know, like when you're just so helpless that like you can't do anything about it because nobody's listening, nobody listens, nobody cares to do anything about it, you know, or her superiors or whatever the case may be. So there's some passion in her voice.
It isn't funny at all. So, you know, she could keep being a bully if she wants to, but that is going to catch up to her. Because it ain't funny at all. It ain't. Then one day she coming in there and talking about some, yeah, I broke my door in half and I had to pull my gun out on my kids and this and that. Well, you know, telling us that, like, the f*** you telling us you pulled a gun out on your kids for? You sound like a psychopath. That's what I wanted to tell her. She was talking about some, she blacked out. I'm like, yeah, you must have had blacked out if you pulled the gun out on your kids. Like, you know, like, I'm like, what the f*** you telling me this for? Like, she thinks she's like trying to make that she big dog or some. What the f*** about you telling me about you pulling the gun out on a kid? I don't. Like that doesn't scare me. You know what I mean?
This
that
is
doesn't
Detroit.
scare me. If she thought she was trying to intimidate me, that didn't intimidate me at all. I don't give a f about her telling
This
me
is what
about
they do down there, I guess.
She did. You know, and
I don't
maybe
know.
that's why they always fighting her to defend themselves. They probably felt like their life was threatened. The f out of here with that.
Everybody has to give, so me and my family and support them.
Oh, that's the daughter. All right, so now let's go back to this.
And
Now you got
at some
now you get
point in
a little
time,
bit of context.
Did you get contacted to conduct an interview with a suspect?
I was about, by then it was probably shortly after 8 a.m.
And at that point in time, what did you do?
I made contact with Ms. Muhammad. Who was in the booking room.
And when you say Ms. Muhammad, do you see Fanny Muhammad in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her for us, please?
She's sitting to the left of me, far left. She's wearing a jumpsuit issued by Macomb County Jail. Her hair is different since, but at the time she had red hair, but I do recognize her facial features.
Let the record reflect that Lieutenant Hollish has identified the defendant.
So noted for the record.
So where did your interactions take place with the defendant?
First, she was in a booking room, and she was wearing a hooded jacket that I observed had blood on it. So I asked her to remove that jacket. And after that, I had to call a female officer from St. Clair Shores because we did not have a female officer working at the time. She walked to the private area where female officer from St. Clair Shores observed her take off her clothing that we took as evidence and gave her our jail clothing.
And after that, what happened?
After that, I spoke with her at our interview room.
Tell me a little bit about that interview room.
It's a small room. It's pretty much table, 3 chairs. Detective May, he's my partner. He joined me during the interview. It's equipped with a camera and microphone. There's a small filing cabinet, and that's it.
And before interacting with her, as far as talking about things, was there anything that you did first?
I observed dried blood on her hands, and I asked her if I could collect it. Detective May read Ms. Mohammed her rights as far as the right for us, if she would waive her search rights, because technically it's a search. She agreed. She signed the form. I used the distilled water and the cotton swabs to collect dry blood from each of her hands.
And as far as her rights that were given to her by Detective May, were you there at the time that occurred?
I was.
May I approach her?
You may.
Sure. Yeah. Approaching with people's proposed exhibit, I believe is 6.
That's constitutional rights, sir.
Yes.
First, she was giving the form rights to search.
Yes.
That's what we talked about, not this right.
Correct, but those...
That's eventually, Detective May did give constitutional rights to offending as well. But I'm talking about to collect the blood. It was a consent to search form.
I understand. And as far as the form here, when did this take place?
Right after I collected blood, the dry blood would appear to be dry blood. Detective May read Ms. Mohammed her constitutional rights directly from the form. She initialed next to each right. She signed the form. I see my signature on it, and I see Detective May's signature, recognize his signature on it as well.
Is it dated?
Yeah.
What's the date?
7/10/25. At this point, it's 8:56 a.m.
Does that accurately reflect the document that, with the constitutional rights that she was given by you and Detective May, and which everyone signed?
That's right. It's a copy of it, actually, but yes.
Okay.
Also,
during
this
the period of
case
time,
doesn't fit the narrative
while
of
she
mainstream
was
media, of legacy media like CNN and Fox News and all that stuff.
Are there things that you do
That's why
when you're giving rights
you
to
haven't
determine
really heard
someone
about
is
it, or they haven't followed the case on the news like they do with other cases. Other murder cases. It's because it's a black on black crime. It would be the same way, in other situations. It doesn't fit the narrative of what they're trying to push.
I asked her how much she got sleep the night before. She said at least 8 hours. She did indicate that she slept in her vehicle because she was currently homeless, but she said she'd been doing it for a while now, staying out of her car. So that was a conversation.
Any concerns that you wouldn't be able to have a proper interview with her?
She appeared lucid. I did not see any signs of intoxication or anything like that. So I believe she was okay to talk to me.
Before I move to Exhibit 6, I just want to hand over things to Josh Jones in case he wants to voir dire on voluntariness.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Then people move to admit Exhibit 6.
Number 6 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Tell me a little bit more, after the rights are signed, what's the next step for you in that interview with Detective May?
Usually we ask a question of what happened. I believe Detective May asked if she knew.
Usually we would conduct the interview after that. We would ask questions.
Was this a recorded
Duh.
interview?
That's correct.
have you reviewed it prior to today?
I did.
And does it accurately reflect the interview that you had with the defendant on July 10th of this year?
The video that I reviewed that was attached to evidence.com, yes, that's an interview. I assuming that's what you're gonna play, but for me to certify it, I would have to see it.
Okay. One moment.
I don't think this guy's testified too many times.
We're about to put up on the screen proposed exhibit 7, Judge. Now, sir, do you recognize the still of this?
Yeah, it's an interview room. That's me in a blue shirt. Detective May is in a gray T-shirt with a baseball hat on, and Miss Muhammad, she's wearing our jail uniform. And at the time I told you she had a different hair, it was red in color.
People move to admit exhibit 7, Judge.
Defense?
No objection.
Be admitted by stipulation.
Thank you.
May publish to the court.
Yes, thank you. We're going to start at 3 minutes and 42 seconds.
Is the volume up on the TV? I'm not sure. One moment.
Try opening and closing.
Nope.
Okay, there's rights that you have. These protect you. They also protect myself and protect ours. This is called the East Point Constitutional Rights Certificate of Notification. I am going to be reading your rights 1 through 5. Okay. And when I read these rights to you, I need you to verbally say, I'm going to ask you, do you understand your rights? I don't want you to do this. No. Just say yes. Don't do this or don't do this. Just say yes or no. Okay. And we'll get through this. I promise. Okay? Alright. Okay. Number 1. I have a right to remain silent, and that I do not have to answer any questions, put to me, or make any statements. You understand? Okay. Number 2. Any statement I make or anything I say can or will be used against me in a court of law. Understand? Okay. Number 3. I have a right to have an attorney, lawyer present before I answer any questions or make any statements. Understand? class?
I like Italian, because I like I can learn some language. You know, a little Italian.
Little? That's totally wrong. Okay, we're gonna get down to business. As hard as it's gonna be, it's gonna make you better. Okay. Where do you work?
I work.
Was it located in East Point?
No.
Prescription medication or anything? Sleep last night?
Yeah.
How many hours?
I don't sleep at like 8.
Okay, about 8 hours of sleep. Okay. Where did you sleep?
I slept in the truck because I didn't have enough money for hotel. You know, for
What do you do at McDonald's? Are you
I prep food and then also I'm basically customer service. Perform excellent customer service.
Okay. Were you working today?
I was.
What time did you start?
At 4 a.m.
4 a.m.?
I clocked in at 4:02 a.m.
Who is your manager there, or who is in charge of you?
Today was Jennifer.
Jennifer Harris?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any sort of issues with Jennifer Harris?
I had an issue with how I had to clock out 3 times in a row just because she was bullying me and there was no reason for me to have to like and she clocked me out without me knowing. I was working for free.
Was this today, or was this prior?
That was today.
Okay, so has any time prior to this day today, did she make you clock out or not pay?
Yes.
How many times? Once?
It happened just maybe the very time this week.
Third time this week?
Yes.
And can you tell me why do you think she's doing that?
I think she was doing that because I had spoke up to her and I felt like trying to figure out what I think it was sometime last week. It was Friday, I'm not sure, but it was I had told her that racist shit gonna stop. That's what I had told her because I got tired of how she kept on like acting like crazy for it. Like she was like kind of people that work there also she was calling her there.
So let me ask you this, can you tell me what kind of racist comments that she's making towards you or anybody? Give me an example.
Yeah, like, so sometimes when they look at their phones or something, and like, it was one time, the guy that on his shoulder on her phone was like a Caucasian girl, she had like about 5 on her face. And she's like, that's Kenny White D, and that's what she had said, and, you know, and then every time.
So Kenny White D, so B meaning bitch, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Has she ever used any derogatory remarks towards you that, give me an example of what she was calling
She
you.
said that she was blood one time to me, and she said she wanted her gun at her children, but it just like made me feel like I got like scared of her, and but she's a bully kind of person.
Did she say anything racist to you today?
No, she didn't say anything to me. The only thing she said to me was, "You can fuck out now." And then,
Oh, maybe I'm dead wrong. That's what I get for assuming. Maybe she's white. Maybe she's not black at all. I thought she was black lady. I could have swore I seen that.
Nobody came over there to believe me.
I apologize, folks. That's my bad.
Look at the app and see that actually was clocked out. I didn't know she clocked out at 6, and I didn't even know I was still working. And that's when I had said, I didn't know you clocked out. You didn't even tell me that I'm done talking to you. I didn't tell you to leave.
So what did you do after that? Did you leave?
Yeah, I left. I said, this is wrong. I said, you keep bullying me. This is wrong.
Where did you go?
I went to the shop and then I had drove and went to the skate park and skated a little bit.
Okay,
So it was after I left, I like someone to do.
So how long you worked for free?
I worked a good 1 hour.
Oh, okay. So she got you out at 6, you said, and
Yeah.
you know it's around 7?
Yeah,
All right.
it was almost 8 o'clock.
Okay. You went to the skate park. Okay.
Yes, and then after that, that's when I just started listening to my music, and I had just got a prayer, and I started thinking about like how she everything that she was doing that was like wrong.
Did that piss you off? turning to the McDonald's, am I? Okay. What did you have? How did you injure?
I had a knife and I walked with her and I stepped with her.
How many times? Do you remember? Where'd you stab her at? Did you want to kill her?
Stabbed her in the neck area, she said.
I can't hear the response.
So,
Play that back, please.
how many knives did you have?
I couldn't hear it either. I can't hear half the shit she's saying. And it's not sped up or
Did you
nothing.
want to kill her? That's how you felt.
I think she said yeah.
How many knives did you have on you? Can you describe the knife that you stabbed her with? Well, explain what a French knife.
It's a chef knife, like it.
Is it long? Okay. Did you walk up behind her? Did you guys argue? And you just walked up to her? Show me how you did it. You walked up to her and you just started doing what? Show me how you did it. You can stand up. It's okay.
Girl, what?
So if I'm Jennifer, show me.
I don't want to see her do that shit. Look at her. She got the devil in her eyes. She's a freak.
So I'm Jennifer, and you have the knife in your hand. I need you to show
No,
me.
you don't want to be Jennifer.
Where did you look like this? Show me. It's okay. Did you start doing this?
Yeah.
Okay. Do it where on my body? It's okay. Don't worry. It's okay.
Yeah, now you're concerned about it? Look at her. She's, yeah.
Did you stab her on the stomach?
It's like, why are you concerned about doing it to him with pretend? Bitch, you already did it. It don't matter now.
Imagine somebody, you heard a gunshot.
She got into that, though. Did you see that? Watch that again. Watch how she gets into just showing him. She was reliving it. She was enjoying reliving this.
It's okay.
Watch.
Don't worry. It's okay. Did you stab her on the stomach? Or just
I don't know. I might have.
So, you mentioned
I don't know where I stabbed
you
her.
heard a gunshot.
And I hear them just like I get behind like this prayer rack, you know, laying out there with the side door, and the back end out and around the building. And he had kind of went in and said, turn around. And then I was like, I said, she's looking, turn around. And then just turn around.
So the blood on your hand, it was.
It came from the jacket when it took it off.
I mean, honestly,
You think it's no blood?
that citizen really can't. I mean, if he would have shot her and killed her, that's still murder because his life wasn't in danger. Well, I guess he could have said it was. Because she was stabbing that woman and he felt he was in danger. Felt he was next. But I was going to say, if he shot her and killed her, he'd be charged with murder too.
Has this lady, has she been bullying you for a while, or is this was just a 1 or 2 or 3 times?
She's been bullying for a while.
Does she do that to other employees?
She has been bullying. It was one of the girls she recently stopped messing with. Because now I guess I turned out to be what she wanted to bully, but she has been bullying for a very long time. She played her little gangster music, and she don't like how I play classical music. She doesn't expose me. Because I'm not like her, and she's always saying comments like, I thought we all supposed to look up with each other, saying we can't cover anything that she would say things for like other co-workers, and then the day before yesterday, she was talking about me for what.
I can't really make out anything she's saying.
sometimes customers go me up at the window.
I heard she say something about playing her gangster music.
Hold the time up and then they start like yelling at me. But it's like sometimes I can't rush the customer. I think they're looking for their money. So.
Well, just so that I could get like an idea of where your headspace was when you were stabbing her. Well, how did that make you feel?
I can be honest.
Yes.
If I'm wrong.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I felt that it spoke to him because I felt like I felt like she had like people under oppression. It wasn't her free. She was going to be there. So that's how I felt when I was seeing it. And I told her because if that's what I'm supposed to get, and that's what and if somebody want to take me down, then I would do my best to fight in this situation.
What about now? Do you feel remorse or relief?
So like you said, like
do you feel bad about it, like remorseful that you did it, or you feel relieved? I feel relieved that you did it.
I feel better.
Feel better?
Yeah, but I'm not a cold person. That's why I sound crazy to understand that. I'm being honest.
So you feel like the weight of the world.
I'm not a cold person, I swear. But I just killed somebody in the middle of McDonald's in front of everybody. I'm not a cold person, though. Trust me. Trust me, bro.
Pointed at anybody or saying, hey, come here and check out my piece, or, piece me. No. It's just what you thought in your head at the time, right? Because the way that she talks, like, she's gangster. You know what I'm saying? On blood, on this, and blood, mean gang number, right?
Yeah.
What car is the handle of that? Do you know where it's at now, tonight? So you left it behind the store? Did you, after the shop was fired, what did you do? Besides, raising your hand? Did you
No, I had it up when I heard it. It hit the rack and then up and then I kind of fought on the floor and I ran out to the other side of the door. And then I went and I ran to the shop.
And then what?
That's when the guy walked out with the light green yellow shirt on. It's like a neon shirt.
What kind of truck is that?
It's a 1500 Silverado 2021.
So truck?
But it's Plains truck, Wayne Fisher. Like we shared the truck. Like we're trying to 60, we just turned 61. Because basically we were living together.
Is that on,
Yeah, we were living together, but we got to get fixed because, it was like a lot of things to take care of. So we stopped, working with our papa, but it seems like they fired him because somebody said to do.
We stopped just now at 1908. And detective, to the best of your ability, that was that encapsulated the defendant's explanation of what had happened that morning.
That's correct.
After the interview, what happened right after that?
I let her make a phone call to let her family know where she was and lodged her in a cell.
I lodged her happy ass in a cell.
One moment.
Put that animal in a cage. Real quick.
Can we approach sidebar just briefly?
Certainly.
A lot of it was gargle.
I'm going to take some time when it's concluded
I'm glad we got to hear the sidebar. We're attorneys today, folks. We are fucking attorneys. Got our 15 seconds of fame.
Thanks, Judge.
We're at the bench. We were at the bench, folks.
Just 1 second. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just one moment, Judge.
She sure looks different without the wig. Ain't got that wig on. She looks different. Woo! Bless him, Lord. That jail, man. Jail will... That poor girl is going through it. That jail will F you up. And I mean, like, your skin, your hair, everything. You get your hair, your face is just, it's covered in blackheads and just, I mean, it's so dirty in there and it's just recirculated dirty air. So and you never get outside. So it's just all nasty air in there, just getting in your skin. You just, ugh. It's like jail has its own stench. When you get out of jail and you take your first shower, it's the best thing in the world because you literally get this, it's like a stench. I don't even know how to explain it. Like it's on you.
I can.
Argument, please.
Thanks, Judge. Judge,
And you can
today
literally
you've
see
heard
it
from,
on her. You can see the grime and the slime
witnesses,
from
but
jail
effectively
just
7
on her.
because of the interrogation.
At least I
So,
can.
You heard from Devontae Pace.
Maybe it's because I've been there.
Officer McLaughlin, Luke Moreno, Deborah McMillan, Lieutenant Hollish, and of course the interrogation brings in the statements of the defendant and her explanation of the things that went on. Sorry, Kashana Turnage, then Lieutenant Hollish is 6, and then the defendant's statements through the interrogation that is her explanation of what happened.
My wife made
and
homemade
why
Pop-Tarts,
she
so I'm trying it.
murdered Jennifer Harris. One of the interesting things is that we all understand now through what the witness testimony was from Ms. McMillan is that the defendant was irate that when she came to work, Jennifer Harris confronted her about not working and clocked her out. The defendant sat there for about an hour, intermittently working, and then discovering that she had indeed been clocked out, and then was told by Ms. Harris to leave, and she did. She left. She went to a skate park. She told Lieutenant Hollish that while she was there, she skated. I believe she said she prayed. And she thought about everything that happened and then everything that Jennifer Harris was doing wrong. And despite having that time,
She did it for
to
Allah.
contemplate on everything, she went back in about an hour's time. And when she went back, she had a mask. She brought a knife that she said she bought from Walmart. And she walked through the back entrance where Mr. Moreno said that he looked over and saw the defendant walking up, masked. And she said very calmly, and he said she walked calmly, "Don't worry, I work here." She proceeds to walk through, and as Miss Harris is working, prepping the food, she sets upon her and begins to stab her. There was no argument. There was no talking. And as we saw from that video, the defendant stabbed Jennifer Harris around 13 times all over her body, but specifically in vital areas. She stabbed her in the neck, the chest, the scalp, and there are 23 individual sharp wounds that the medical examiner's office identified, some of which being 4 inches deep. through her neck. All of those were aimed at areas where even one strike could kill a person. And when she was interviewed, she admitted that when she went in there to confront her, to kill her, that she intended to kill Jennifer Harris. And when she did this, it wasn't in a manic state. It wasn't some emotional outburst. She came in calmly to do all these things. She was prepared. So, as far as what you've heard and what I've got to prove today with count 1 and count 2,
very calculated
with premeditated
is what I would
murder,
call it.
The law says that premeditation and deliberation may be inferred from the circumstances surrounding the killing. And there is 2 cases, Tilley, 405, Mish 38, at 44, a 1979 case, and Jolly, 442, Mish 458, at 466, and that's a 1993 case. So, the premeditation and deliberation.
Sorry, 442 Mish.
458 at 466. That's a 1993 case.
Thank you.
As far as what we had without her, any of her statements, we still have her leaving, going to another location, and then coming back prepared. She has a mask. She's got a hidden knife. And she enters through a back entrance. And then immediately, when she is near Jennifer Harris, she begins to stab her. The reason that you know that she intended to commit murder and kill her that day is when you're watching the video, there's a time when Jennifer Harris collapses and she's on the ground. And the defendant doesn't stop. She's prepared to stab her while she's on the ground. And the only thing that stopped her is, thankfully, Devontae Pace pulled out his .45 and shot at her. And on the video, the minute that shot gets off and you can see the gun through the window, she throws the knife and tears through the exit. So it's clear that even though Jennifer Harris had collapsed on her back, bleeding, that the defendant intended to finish the job on the ground. But now we know from her own statements that that's what she always intended to do, and that she's prepared to do it. One moment. So as far as her state of mind and what her motive is, even though I don't have to prove motive, we know what those things are. And we know why she did what she did and that she intended to do it. As far as count 2, dangerous weapon, carrying with unlawful intent, we heard from Ms. McMillan that the knife that she saw the defendant using was somewhere between 5 and 7 inches in length.
That's what she said.
Additionally, we know that she brought that knife there with the specific intent to stab and kill Jennifer Harris, because that's what she told police. And she explained using Detective May as a prop, is that where she was stabbing was intentionally in the neck area and the upper chest. So based on everything you've seen today and what you've heard and the defendant's own explanation, I just ask that you bind over counts 1 and counts 2.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Judge, obviously the people are objecting to bind over. One, I guess I want to.
You mean defense is objecting to bind over?
What did I say?
You said people are
Oh, yeah.
to bind over.
Defense.
He said the people.
And where I was going really.
That's great. That is awesome.
And her statements of the knife for this. And I hope it's clear to the court that based on her own statement, which the court, I believe, is relying on, people are relying on her own statement in part to satisfy the bind over, that she indicated that she bought it previously for something different. Now, I'm not saying that there can't be an insinuation from that, but I don't want the court, nor do I want the facts to be insinuated that it was bought for this purpose, for this incident. Because I don't think that, one, the facts reveal that at all, and even in her own statements, she doesn't make that as a fact of itself. And so that, I just want to clarify that, and I know that the people have introduced the interview, so if the court, again, if there's a hang up, the court can listen to that and make that determination. But again, I'm just going off of her explanation of why she had what she had at the time. Beyond that, I think it's clear as well from the testimony from the other witnesses that what we're talking about is it's a hooded mask. And again, I'm just identifying some, I don't want to say, clarifying some things on what we heard in facts, because it was very clear that it was some sort of zip-up hood that went over the face. It's not a separate mask that was, bought for this purpose. It was a tire, meaning, someone owning a hoodie and then that zips it up. I don't think it changes the fact that it zips up into a mask, but again, I think that those are facts that at least need to be clarified when we're talking about the bind over, specifically because we're talking about the difference between, at least for today's purposes, first and second degree. And there's that identification of premeditation or preparation to get you to first degree. So that's the reason I wanted to clarify those two facts, Your Honor. Otherwise, generally speaking, for count one, I would indicate that they generally have not met their burden on their elements, Your Honor, to show that there is a difference between first and second. In regards to count two, as I'm sitting here listening to Mr. Pallett wrap up his request for a bind over, I know we've had discussion that there was a knife used. There's been discussion that there was the potential of this knife that was identified at the scene, but there was not really any specifics. And I think that when Ms. McMillan was identifying the knife that she saw, she wasn't referencing the difference between the length of the actual knife and the blade. And I say, legally speaking, there is a difference between that. And I don't know if the people have really necessarily shown that even at a probable cause level. And the reason I say that, Your Honor, is because the blade length must be over 3 inches. And the only thing we necessarily had from Ms. McMillan is that it may be between 5 and 6, and she's just referencing the size of the knife. Again, we don't have anything specific to the blade, which is really what the requirement is for count two. We have no officer that identified that they collected it. We have an officer that says, well, they should have collected it, or they did collect it, but he couldn't testify beyond that. He didn't testify who collected it, whether or not they had the knife, or even presented a photo of this being the knife in some sort of reference to what length we're dealing with. And so with count two, I think that they're lacking on that. I think we have some testimony there, but we don't have the specifics that we need, even at a probable cause standard, to identify that for that particular count. So in regards to my objection, Your Honor, again, I leave it to what I've already said about count one, and then with count two specifically, I think that they lacked on that proof. So I would ask for a dismissal on both, but more specifically on count two.
Thank you.
May I, Judge?
You may.
And I guess maybe I didn't enunciate whenever I was speaking, as I said, she brought the knife. I didn't say she bought the knife. I know that she said she bought the knife at Walmart because she had bought a cake at the same time, or she planned to bake a cake. So I said brought, I didn't say bought. I know that, or I never wanted to have anybody believe that I thought she bought that specifically for killing Miss Harris.
I appreciate that.
Additionally, as far as the testimony that we did have for the knife itself and the length of the knife, we have a witness saying that she saw the knife and that it was between in excess of 5 inches. As well, if you just look at the video, you can see the knife is a large butcher knife, not some small knife that would be below 3 inches in length. And so I'm relying on the video itself and the testimony of the witness that we had on the scene.
In your honor, I have a flash drive for you. If the court would like to review any of these, I can provide it to your court officer to provide to you for your review.
Thank you. The court's going to take a recess to review my notes, and I will be back in due course with my ruling.
Just so we have a time, Judge, like 15, 30 minutes?
Mr. Jones, I don't know how long it's going to take me to go through my notes and my thoughts and the video, but as soon as I'm done, I'll be back out. Do you have the court is in recess.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to find this something else here to check out. See what else we got going for live court. Let's find us something good, something good. Judge Simpson's landlord-tenant docket.
But you are on the precipice of
Good
being
old
evicted.
Judge Middleton.
Now, they can't just say, okay, this is this, and we're gonna do it. Nope, I can't go 10 days. So I won't be here. So we're gonna continue this to next Friday. I would strongly suggest that you contact legal aid.
Okay.
I'm gonna continue this to Friday, November 21st at 11 a.m.
Judge Middleton, may I make one comment?
Yes.
After the notice was filed, it came to the attention from Sturgis that she had removed the utilities from her name and placed them back in the property's name. And obviously she receives a utility check. So they've been placed back in the property. My argument obviously is pursuant to the law that we can bring additional. And so we would be referencing that as another point of termination, as she currently does not have utilities in her name. We only became aware of that after the notice and actually after the complaint was filed.
All right, so even if there is a defense with the cars, not having utilities as your name is a cause for termination. So apparently you gotta, I don't know what happened there, but the complex is now paying your utilities. So you should do a couple things. One, try to
Let
get
me
some
know
legal
if you
advice,
guys
and
want to watch
two,
this.
try to find a place to
landlord
move
tenant matters,
to,
or if you
because
guys
it
want to
sounds
watch
like they've
criminal
got
matters
enough ammunition
in
to
Judge
terminate your
McBurney's courtroom.
tenancy.
New judge.
Now, there's an
Judge Powell.
intermediate step
Let me know what
which
you guys
could
think.
help your
If I don't get an
cause.
answer, I'll just go to
That would
Judge
be the
McBurney.
filing of what's called a conditional order of
See what that's
dismissal. You could talk to them and see if you would agree to move by a certain date. And if you would do that, they can dismiss the case and it would not show up as an eviction on your record.
There. Happy Friday, everyone. We have a final plea calendar this morning and 2 pleas from yesterday. And then I think this afternoon, we've got 1 federal inmate plea. I think that's set for 1 o'clock. Is that Wood, Rios? Wood. All right, great. I don't actually have his case number. I have his federal case number. We don't need it now, but we'll need it at some point. Okay, let's start with the final plea calendar just to see who's here. And I learned through Ms. Nelson that we had a couple arrests recently, unfortunately. So some folks will maybe be patching in via Zoom from the jail if we can make that happen. Marquise Sinkfield. Ms. Smith, have you had any contact with Ms. Taylor?
I have not.
All right. Well, we will give him a little while to get here. How about Duranta Jones?
Judge, I expect him, so I'm gonna reach out.
Okay, we'll hold off on that. Angela Williams, I think, was our recently arrested.
He was with the Department of Corrections and then was brought here, I believe, last week. So I think we're gonna zoom him in.
Got it. It's not recent arrest, it was production order.
Correct.
We just didn't get him over here today. I'm sorry. Okay. In custody. How about Antonio Burden? There's Mr. Burden. Good morning.
Judge, if we could come back to this one, I need to speak with the state.
Okay, and I should have said this, I just didn't see a lot of folks out here. So what final plea is the last day for you to enter a plea, if you're inclined to enter a plea in your case, where you can withdraw that plea if the sentence you get is different from what your lawyer asked for. After today, you can always enter a plea, you just don't have the right to withdraw that plea if the sentence you receive isn't what you asked for. And for every case we're talking about today, except for Duranta Jones, you are on the January 7th trial calendar. So if you don't resolve things today, for sure you'll be back in court on January 7th. So we can talk about getting ready for trial. So Mr. Burden, Ms. Wood's going to talk with you, and then she'll talk more with Ms. Smith, and we'll figure out if we're doing something with your case today. Martavius Kemp, I think he is the other one who is now in custody.
Yes, I think we'll be able to resolve the case today. I just need to talk to Mr. Kemp. He was accepted to the whole house.
Okay, and is he one where it was a surprise that he's in custody, or we just didn't get him here?
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, how about Nevada Twitchell?
Your Honor, David Howell, appearing on behalf of JDOT conflict. Mr. Twitchell's here. We would like to have a law modification hearing.
Okay, that's on the calendar for us to talk about that. Ms. Smith, this is Mr. Abadi's case. Will he be here soon? Okay, why don't you check with him? So we'll do both things, Mr. Howell. We'll do bond modification, but we'll also talk about whatever the state's offer is. Mr. Twitchell can say, I'm not interested in that, or I am, and we'll take it from there. All right, thank you for being here for Mr. Act. Aaron Michael Pendleton.
Yes. Morning, Judge Tim Cook and Mr. Pendleton. We're both on Zoom. And Ms. Williams has got the case for the state. We are in active negotiations this past couple of days, and this morning we don't have an offer yet, but we're working on it.
Okay, well, we'll get all that on the record in a second. I'm just sort of taking attendance, but it sounds like we've got everyone for this case.
Yes.
How you feeling a little better today, Ms. Williams?
Not really, but I'm keeping my germs to myself, so we're gonna work with that.
All right, excellent. I mean, not excellent that you're not feeling better, but excellent that you're where you are. Hey, how about Charlie Daniels? Charlie Daniels is here, as is his lawyer in person this time. How are you?
Well, Judge.
Something funky happened with the live stream that we do, and for about 2 hours, I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before when you had appeared, your face was the only thing people on the live stream, they could hear what was going on in court, but it was you in your car. Yep. So I think that was a lot for the live stream audience.
I mean, a little of me goes a long way.
Yeah, it did. It went a very long way. Final plea date for Charlie Daniels. Have you had a chance to speak with Ms. Smith? You need to do that this morning?
Judge, what you want to do is that Judge, we just got an offer last night, and I'm not saying we're not going to take it. It's just we got so recently, I haven't too much time. I understand his final plan. I'm not saying the case won't resolve. It's just
okay.
It's got to the point where we're starting to work on it.
We'll get it on the record in a second. You're here and your client is here, which is great. All right. And then finally, we have Ms. Woodson, who I see her name online. Ms. Rios.
Yes, Your Honor. That we sent the order, I believe, for the Ms. Willingham did for the judicial hold. Yeah,
I thought I had done that, but it's not in the docket. The name seemed familiar, so I looked it up this morning and it wasn't showing in the docket. But this was this a DA adult diversion, or this was a one that the lawyers had?
PTI situation.
Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure Ms. Willingham got that to me, and I thought it had been e-filed. But that's the plan. That hasn't changed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Woodson, can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good. You do not need to stick around. Your lawyer has negotiated a diversionary program for you. You know the things you need to take care of over the next 6 or 9 months, whatever it is. And as long as you're doing that, we don't need to worry about your situation. Do you have any questions about that?
I just want to, no, I guess I'm good. I'll just contact her after court's over.
You know how to reach her?
Yes.
Great. Then why don't you reach out to Ms. Rios, and you are good to go for today.
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Check the docket again.
Judge, I sent you a message on Teams.
Oh, Teams it is. Okay, let's see. Got it. Okay, we're squared away with Ms. Woodson. And then we should be able to take pleas today with Ms. Mann.
We are still talking.
Oh.
So she's not logged on yet because I need her to have her phone from me, Judge.
Okay, and then Ms. Dawson. Hey, Ms. Dawson, we're waiting on Mr. Richardson again. Okay, you may want to reach out to him just to let him know you're here. I think, he told us he was in another judge's courtroom. We're good. Okay, all right. Then let's take care of some of these final pleas. Marquise Singfield, you show up? You are here. What do you know about Ms. Taylor? Have you reached out to her?
Yeah. Oh, you should be on the way there on another page.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
All right, then you should sit tight, and when she gets here, we'll talk about your case. Ms. Wood, you're going to check on Duranta Jones. And we're waiting to get Mr. Williams on. You want to talk more with Mr. Burden? Kent, we're hoping to get on. So, Mr. Abadi, you're here. Are you ready to talk about Mr. Twitchell's case? All right. So, Mr. Howell, if you and Mr. Twitchell will come to council table, and I need one of you, Ms. Rios or Ms. Wood, if you could make a little. We have two people coming to defense council table. All right, let's get on the record in this case. Good morning, Ms. Rivers. You good to go?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Great. This is 25 SC 002653, State versus Twitchell. Mr. Twitchell is charged with homicide by vehicle in the first degree, feticide by vehicle in the first degree, and a couple of other driving offenses. He's out on bond. He wants to have his bond modified, but we also have to talk about final plea. Mr. Howell is here on behalf of Mr. Apt, but I'm going to assume you know a whole bunch about the case because we need to cover a couple topics like how's discovery going? And hopefully Mr. Apt would have let you know if he was missing your client's statement to the police or accident reconstruction or anything like that. Have you heard?
I've discussed with people in the office and I'm aware of kind of where we're at.
Great. And where are we at with discovery?
I believe we have everything we need. However, we have engaged the services of a accident reconstruction expert. So we will need a little time to flesh that out prior if we were to reject the offer and move to trial.
Okay, so trial is early January. You have time between now and then to get things done. Of course, the state would need to be given time to react or respond if they chose to, given that really this reciprocal discovery was already due. Do you have a forecast, Mr. Howell, for how long the accident reconstruction work will take?
I don't, I would say
Best guess.
probably 30, 45 days.
Okay, maybe through the end of the year.
Correct.
All right. I'm not familiar at all with what is alleged to have happened here. Is it your sense, Mr. Abadi, that there's anything that needs to be reconstructed or someone was going 100 miles an hour and hit a tree? And you can have an expert, but the state wouldn't see a need to rebut that or respond to it.
It's probably the latter.
Okay. I'm not holding you to that, but you're not thinking that upon receipt of the defense expert's report, you're going to then need 90 days to come up with something from the state side.
No, you're right.
Okay. All right. Then Mr. Howell, what I'm going to do is keep the trial date that we've got. And you and Mr. Apt can lean on the reconstruction expert to see if he or she can get things done promptly. And then I guess on the 7th, when I'm calling the trial calendar, we can talk more about where things are or where things aren't. All All right. So you're good with discovery. You may have some reciprocal discovery flowing from this reconstruction if it's something you choose to use. Obviously, if you read it and say, let's hide this under a bush, it's not disclosable because it's not anything you're using. Okay. All right. Mr. Abadi, what is the state's recommendation if Mr. Twitchell wanted to resolve his case today?
I was talking to the defense counsel and I said we could obviously go non-negotiated. The state's recommendation would be a global sentence of 15 years to serve 10.
Okay. And that's something you had communicated to Mr. App or Mr. Howell before today, or is this the first time Mr. Twitchell would have been hearing 15 serve 10?
Me and Mr. App had talked kind of generally. I don't know if he communicated that to his client, but I spoke to Mr. Howell earlier today, but I didn't anticipate that they would be accepting it or doing a plea today.
Okay. Mr. Howell, have you and Mr. Twitchell been able to discuss what the state's recommendation would be? There's not a mandatory minimum here. It's just Mr. Abadi's letting you know if Mr. Twitchell said, let's resolve this today with the plea, that's what the state would be recommending.
If I could have a few minutes just to go over it with him in the hallway.
Sure.
You know.
No, I'll let you do that. Mr. Twitchell, let me explain what's happening today. You're not committed to doing anything in particular. But if today you choose not to enter a plea, then the only thing that's changing is that when you do decide to enter a plea, if you do, I should say it that way, if you do decide to enter a plea, you wouldn't be able to withdraw that plea if the sentence I imposed was different from what your lawyer advocated for. Let's use some facts. If we did it today and Mr. Abate recommends 15 to serve 10, and Mr. Howell gets up and says, you know what, it should be 10 years to serve 5. I'm making that up. He might say something different, but 10 serve 5. And I were to give you anything more than 5 years to serve, you'd be able to say, no, thank you. I was willing to do 5, but not 8. And so I want to withdraw my plea. No questions asked. A jury would never hear about the fact that you thought about pleading guilty or anything like that. Tomorrow or next week or January 7th, when I'll see you again, you can enter a plea. You always can do that. And Mr. Apt or Mr. Howell or both of them can be here and they're going to advocate for whatever they think is a reasonable sentence on your behalf. The state may still be coming with 15 to serve 10. They, because they've done more work, may be saying, no, it should be 15 to serve. They're going to argue for whatever they argue for. The difference is on that day, if you're saying, yes, I'm entering a plea now, I will listen carefully to both sides. If Mr. Apt or Mr. Howell was saying it should be 3 years to serve and no more, and I say it's going to be 8 years to serve, you're unhappy with that, but you don't get a withdraw. It's like if you go to trial. If you go to trial, you don't get to say no to the sentence. If a jury finds you guilty, I have to sentence you. And if I sentence you to 8 years, that's your sentence. And you can appeal it, but you don't get to say no. You get to say, maybe there was a legal error and my lawyers will challenge that in the Court of Appeals. So the big change is just that ability to withdraw your plea, not your ability to plead or your right to go to trial. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. I'm going to let you and Mr. Howell talk about what the state's offer is and if you're even in a position to be advocating for something different at this point. Before that, though, let's talk about bond modification so that when Mr. Twitchell comes back on the record, we just have that little piece of plea or no plea today. So, Mr. Howell, as I understand it, Mr. Twitchell, one of the conditions of his bond is that he is at home 24 hours a day. It's basically house arrest, with the exception, obviously, of a medical emergency or coming to court. That means he could work, but if he works, it's some kind of online job. He doesn't go to the grocery store. He doesn't do whatever. He is at home all the time. And this motion is asking that it be modified so that he could leave home again for medical emergencies or court, but also for work.
Yes.
Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary, but also, we would also ask for school. My client has been in school, working on an advanced degree. He would like to be able to go to Kennesaw State, where it would be his next school that he would be going to, where he would like to pursue an engineering degree. I believe that's appropriate in this case. As the court may be aware, Mr. Twitchell doesn't have a prior felony, no real criminal history. This was just a random incident that occurred, an accident, truly an accident. I don't think the court has to be concerned with, risk of intimidating witnesses, risk to reoffend, and the amount of bond certainly is enough to secure Mr. Twitchell's attendance at trial.
How would Mr. Twitchell get around? I don't know what his licensure status is. I've been surprised. Yesterday, I took some pleas in cases that involved running from the police at 150 miles an hour, and that guy still has a driver's license.
He doesn't need, I spoke with him about that. He doesn't have to drive. There's, in this day and age, there's plenty of ways that you can get around.
You bet.
So if, I think it would be okay to allow him to drive, I don't think there's a safe requirement for the other two really to be.
Okay. What would work be? Because you said work and school.
His old job at Atlas in Buckhead.
What is Atlas?
It's a fine dining restaurant.
Oh, that's why I haven't heard of it. It's fancy. Okay. Like cloth napkins?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do at Atlas Restaurant?
I was at a line there.
Okay. And would you be able to work and go to school, or is it an either or, just scheduling wise?
I can do both. I was going to look to go back part-time. I just need to earn a little bit more money, help with living expenses, but all my classes as of now are asynchronous, so I can do them whenever.
Asynchronous. Okay. Clearly you're going to be an engineer. The, job would take you back. You have been in touch with Mr. Atlas?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm still, waiting to hear about details, depending on this, but they said they would have me back.
Okay. All right. Mr. Abadi, your thoughts about modifying bond in a way that would allow Mr. Twitchell to go to school and or work, and he wouldn't be driving himself. I'll just get that out there up front. If that was one of your concerns, Uber, Lyft, mom, dad, the Kennesaw State has this nice owl bus, depending on where he lives. So your thoughts?
My thoughts, I would leave it in the discretion of the court. My only concern would be as relates to work, that not be a real modification until there's some confirmation that he actually is going to work there and has the ability to go back to his prior job at Atlas.
Okay. Was there an earlier indictment? The docket starts with the bond, but not the bond order, the bond that he posted.
If you go to the jailing screen under jail manager, apparently there was a consent bond, and it was filed under the warrant numbers.
Oh.
It's in the document section of I can email it to the court.
That would be great if you would do that. So Mr. Twitchell, I will modify your bond after your lawyers get to me, and anything sent to me by your lawyer should also go to the prosecutor. They get to me something from the restaurant saying, here's when he'll be working. Not a handwritten note on a napkin, but it doesn't need to be a formal employment contract, but it's an email from the manager, whatever it is, saying, we're taking Mr. Twitchell back. It's going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays from whatever the hours are. And for school, I would need to see something from the school saying Mr. Twitchell is enrolled in these courses that meet at these times. That makes sense?
Yes, sir.
You have an ankle monitor?
Sir.
You don't have an ankle monitor?
No, sir.
Oh, how do we know you're staying at home? Just because you're saying you're staying at home?
Yes, sir. I was in a wheelchair in the hospital at the time.
So you weren't going to be going particularly far initially?
Yes, sir.
All right. To make this easier, we'll be modifying your bond in a variety of ways. And one of the ways is that you'll have an electronic monitor, county funded. You're not going to need to pay for that. But that will help ensure that work hours you're at work and school hours you're at school. And it's not, oh, look, it took him 4 hours to get to school. I'm sort of surprised there wasn't electronic monitoring, whether you're in a wheelchair or not, because it's kind of hard to enforce house arrest without something like that. But I didn't set the bond.
Just a quick rebuttal to that, and then
rebuttal to your client getting what he asked for?
well, no, with the ankle monitor, this is a single incident in a lifetime of unassailable conduct. I'm not sure that the ankle monitor, he's been on bond for the past since 2024, I guess, without a monitor. There are ways to enforce house arrest. The state could go by his house, and if he's not there, then he's obviously violating.
True. I could ask Mr. Abate to go by every Thursday at noon and see if he's there. I'm not going to do that. I'm not trying to make things more complicated for Mr. Twitchell. I'm surprised that his initial bond that had as a condition of house arrest, he didn't have an ankle monitor then. And it's ugly, it's funny looking, people are going to see it, they're going to wonder what's going on, and you're going to tell them, I have this tragic situation, I killed someone. You tell them whatever you tell them. But if you want the degrees of freedom that you're asking for, to which I think you're entitled because it's work and it's not, hey, could I want to just go have a good time in Cancun. That's not what you get to do right now. And that's a burden, and you're presumed innocent until you plead guilty or a jury finds you guilty. But I need to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. And this is one way to do that. So I'm all for you continuing your education and working to help defray those household costs you described. It just may work in a way where you got this little box on your ankle. They have these wrist ones that just look like some kind of Apple Watch thing. We, the county, can't afford them. So if it becomes a lifestyle concern, or literally like, I can't, the Atlas won't take me back because the customers are going to see there's a guy with an ankle monitor on in the kitchen. I don't think they're going to see you in the kitchen. Then if he wants to self-fund it, They do have the agency that monitors for the county also has these wrist versions that are much more stylish, but they're also more expensive, and we only fund the ankle ones. So food for thought if it gets to that point. So I will look at what the bond, how it was structured. I'll do.
So they have Apple Watch tethers now. Imagine that. I wonder where they got that idea from. Probably because we already have them on our wrist, and Apple Watch is a GPS tether. Literally. I mean, come on. But that doesn't surprise me that they have that at all. I mean, I've been out of the system for 10 years now, but it doesn't surprise me not one single bit. Anything. But at the same time, it does kind of surprise me actually, because corrections and the justice system, they don't care about fashion. They don't care about hiding it. They don't care about any of that. They could care less whether Atlas will take you back or not. Oh, well, you know, that's the way it's always been for me. But they are trying to transition, you know, corrections into rehabilitation, not just corrections, you know. So that's why, like, a lot of states have gone to, like, I think Ohio's one of them. Maybe Texas is one of them too. Ohio Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, or Texas Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, or Texas Department of Rehabilitation instead of the corrections at all. Yeah, it's so they're trying to make it seem like it's rehab. It's not. What's going on here?
An order that modifies it, that allows for work and school, but I actually won't do any of that, nor impose an ankle monitor requirement until I get some of this verification from work or from school. But you've got the green light once I get that. Any other questions, Mr. Howell?
Nothing. It may come in, two different ways. There may be, work may come before school.
And I won't wait for both. When I get one, we'll do a bond modification that says it's a house arrest except for court, medical emergency, and work. But that way the monitoring company will know what your shift is. And so you being en route from home to Atlas and then being at Atlas for 6 hours on a Saturday won't cause red lights to go off in their office, because that's part of the known situation. Because they send emails to the state and to me when there's a perceived violation. And so if your work schedule was Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Tuesday you're heading down 75, then we get an email saying something was up. And it could be because you were on your way to Piedmont because you broke your arm, and then your lawyer can show us the medical, this and that. But if it's something different, then that's how we enforce the whole house arrest thing. Okay. Mr. Body, anything else on behalf of the state?
No,
you don't see any reason, other than we've got this variable of the defense expert, that this couldn't be ready to go for the January calendar. Okay. Mr. Howell, why don't you and Mr. Twitchell spend a little time talking about, is today a plea day, or do we move the case forward? All right. Mr. Cook and Mr. Pendleton, you ready to have a conversation?
Yes.
Great.
Right, Judge, thank you.
Let's get everyone there. Excellent. Mr. Cook, well, first let's get on the record. This is 25 SC 002 761, State versus Pendleton. Mr. Pendleton and his lawyer are, well, actually everyone is appearing virtually. Mr. Cook, how is it looking to you on the discovery front? Any concerns?
No, I do not have any discovery concerns. It came about a month and a half ago, and it seems to have everything that we would have expected.
Okay. Is this a situation where you got a hard drive, or count one is uncommon here? And so I'm just curious if you got printouts, or what is there a digital component to it?
No, Judge. This is a I colloquially call this the fake underage person sting. This is not a actual young person or actual pictures or anything like that. This is just the evidence would be essentially meeting a undercover person.
Okay, but they communicated electronically in advance that led up to the meet.
Right. It just some digital typing correspondence on a website.
Got it. But you've got all that. You're not lacking whatever those.
That is my understanding, that I have everything that was discussed at the preliminary hearing and that I was expecting.
Okay. Excellent. Ms. Williams, what is the state's offer at this point?
Your Honor, I believe that, and I'm trying to pull up Odyssey at this moment to find out exactly the terms of the last offer from the previous prosecutor, Ms. Clark.
That wouldn't be like in your file? That's in Odyssey?
Yes, Your Honor, we keep a lot of our items electronically now.
Okay, but in your part of Odyssey, like I'm looking in the docket now, there's nothing that says Ms. Clark offers 100 years to serve.
Oh, correct. It would be the district attorney side of Odyssey. Yes.
Got it. All right. Maybe
Do you have
sometime.
better recollection?
Pardon me?
I can tell you that we were never communicated an offer. The case, to our understanding, Ms. Clark had the case for a couple of days. In between, I think she was taking over for, who was it? Who was on trial? The supervisor, I'm just blanking on her name. I'll come back in a minute. But there was no offer. Discovery came after I requested someone send it to me in September, but no offer came. And Ms. Williams, you and I are you're the only prosecutor I've had any meaningful discussions with in our couple of pretrials that we've conducted in court over the last couple of weeks.
Why don't we do this then? Because I don't, it's clear that you all need, if Ms. Williams actually can't even state what the offer is because it was a predecessor and maybe it wasn't super clear and there hadn't been a lot of contact between that predecessor and Mr. Cook, I propose preserving Mr. Pendleton's final plea rights, keeping this on the trial calendar because there are no discovery issues. People need to get ready for trial in early January. But Mr. Pendleton will have the ability to, if he chooses, enter a plea on or before that trial calendar date and still be able to withdraw that plea if the sentence that I impose is more than what Mr. Cook asks for. So we just, all the rights you have today carry over to that trial calendar. Does that work for you, Mr. Cook?
Absolutely, Judge. We completely agree with that plan.
All right. Are you all right with that, Ms. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much for your indulgence.
It's not indulgent. I think it's more efficient because it sounds like we need to go around and around some, and I don't want to put it on another final plea calendar. It's actually ready to go, but I do want to give both sides a chance to have some conversations about a non-trial resolution. Mr. Pendleton, do you have any questions about what we've been discussing?
No, sir.
Okay, well, stay in touch with Mr. Cook. He'll let you know what's going on. I will see you again in person, not on a screen, on January 7th for the call of the trial calendar, unless before that date you've resolved this case, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
You guys have a good weekend.
You too, Judge. Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon, Mr. Cook.
Mr. Majeski, should we talk about Charlie Daniels? Why don't you two come on up to council table, please? All right, and your case is with Ms. Smith, so we've got everyone we need right here. So let's get on the record in 25 SC 003 256, State versus Daniels. Mr. Daniels and Mr. Majeski are here, as is Ms. Smith. Mr. Majeski, you let me know when I was just calling the calendar that people are still talking, but let me start with discovery. Do you have any concerns about discovery?
Just one concern, Judge. I think I have all the discovery the state has, probably. The only concern that I got is in the incident reports. It mentions the possibility of the existence of video footage from the alleged crime scene. Now, I didn't get that, but I also don't know if the state has it because I don't know if law enforcement ever collected it.
Got it. This would be commercial surveillance, not body cam, but someone says, hey, there may have been a camera at a gas station.
Yeah, like a ring camera. I think.
Okay, got it. Ms. Smith, do you know if law enforcement ever did obtain the surveillance footage?
No, Your Honor, we don't have that information, but I can reach out again through my investigator to see if you can get that.
Okay.
If it exists, I'll ask.
All right, so I'm clear. You don't have it for sure, because if you had it, then you'd hand it over. You're just not sure if law enforcement ever did get it.
Right.
And if they didn't, then it probably doesn't exist anymore, but it's just as accessible to defense counsel. But if they did get it, you will get it from law enforcement and get it to Mr. Majeski.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's one of those deals where law enforcement, I'm sure you've seen this a million times, they'll talk to the alleged victim will say, I got this evidence. They'll say, hey, get it to me.
Yeah. And there's no follow-up.
Right.
I mean, there may have been follow-up, but they never got it. But you had, the paper trail ends.
You're right, yeah. Otherwise, the rest of the discovery the state's giving actually impressively extensive.
Okay. Do you have any reason to think, Mr. Majeski, that the footage would be a deal maker or deal breaker because it would prove something up that your client is saying there's no way it happened, but then look at the video, it's going exactly the way the victim said, or the reverse, that it would show that your client wasn't even there?
It would be one of those two things, Judge.
Okay, so it's important.
If it exists, Judge.
Right. Okay. Why don't we then not have a final plea discussion right now? Because if it is bad news for your client, then you have a little less leverage in the conversation. If it is great news for your client, we may not need to talk about a plea. But I don't want to take this off the January 7th track. So I will preserve Mr. Daniels' final plea rights. And as long as the state doesn't drop the video in your lap on January 6th, I think we'll be okay. In particular, if the answer is they never got it.
Ms. Smith doesn't do so.
I don't think she does either.
It's just, thank you. That's exactly the relief I was going to ask for this morning. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Daniels, we're not going to work through, hey, do you want to accept this offer today or not? Because there is this, potentially, this piece of video evidence that could be very helpful to your defense or helpful to the state's prosecution of you in the case. So Ms. Smith knows what her team needs to do. They'll confirm, yeah, the police got it, or no, they didn't. And if they didn't, Mr. Majeski can beat up on the officer verbally. If there's a trial, like, why wouldn't you follow this lead? But my guess is if it wasn't collected then, although if it's ring footage, who knows, it may still be out there, as opposed to one of these gas station cameras that records over itself every 14 days or something. But Ms. Smith will look into it, and there's ample time. It's almost 2 months before that trial date. You don't need to loop me in. Just let Mr. Majeski know whatever the situation is. And we'll see everyone on the 7th. I encourage you both, please, if the way this plays out is, well, we don't want to go to trial, we need to work it out, don't wait till the 7th. If you then work something out, even if it's not negotiated because you're at 2 and you're at 1, reach out to Ms. Nelson and say, could we get a date before the 7th? The 7th will just, you sat through these. It is a busy day, and you'll be here for a long portion of it before we could take that plea, as opposed to saying, well, how about if I come in on December 18th or something, and then it can be focused just on this. Mr. Daniels, do you have any questions about anything we talked about? No, sir. Okay. Any issues with your bond? No? Okay. All right. Mr. Majeski, anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
Ms. Smith?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You'll figure out what's going on with that video? All right. Thanks. You guys are good to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Howell, you guys don't even need to come all the way up if the answer is we're going to trial. I'll just make sure we get that in the record.
We're going to
Okay. So Ms. Rivers, if we could go back on the record with position 7, ending in 2653. Mr. Howell, you had a chance to speak with Mr. Twitchell, and what you two have concluded is that you're saying no thanks to that offer, and you'd like the case to stay on the trial calendar. Good. Okay. Please, you or Mr. App keep Mr. Abate and Ms. Nelson posted about this expert work, and if you're foreseeing it interfering with that trial date. Okay. And then I'll be on the lookout for, I have a copy of the bond now. Thank you, Mr. Abate. On the lookout for proof of employment, proof of what the school hours are. Okay.
Thank you.
Bet.
That concludes my business.
Yes, sir. Ms. Wood, did you have a chance to either track down Ms. Mann or speak with Mr. Burden? You guys can have your table back.
So Miss Mann and I spoke actually this morning, like at 8 a.m.
Mhm.
And I know she's available because she has her phone and she's at work. So now I'm just trying to get her to answer so I can give her my most recent update from Ms. Williams.
Okay.
So I'll keep trying to do that. I have spoken to Mr. Burden. That'll just be some sort of final hearing, Judge.
Okay. Well, why don't we do that? Mr. Burden, can you come on up, please? And you can just come right next to the podium. Yeah, just come right next to where Ms. Wood's standing. Perfect. All right. So your position 5, we'll get on the record in your case, 25 SC 002-362. It's State versus Antonio Burden, who is here with Ms. Wood, and Ms. Smith is the prosecutor. Ms. Wood, do you feel like you've got, all the discovery in the case?
No,
No. Okay. What are you missing?
I don't know, Judge, because I just received the discovery link, which appears to be 3 zip folders
Oh,
about 15 minutes ago.
so you could have all of it, but you wouldn't know because you just got it.
Anyone's guess.
Okay. Because I was going to ask about Crime Lab, but I can ask Ms. Smith about that. So you need some time to go through that. Should we bump Mr. Burden to the next trial cycle and have another final plea? Do you want to keep him on the January 7th, but make that his final plea date? What is your preference?
Keep him on the January 7th trial date.
Okay, so we don't need to talk about final plea right now. Mr. Burden, you're going to preserve your final plea rights. Ms. Wood's not in a position to give you meaningful advice about whether the state's offer is a good one or a bad one. She needs to digest the discovery and also see, is there something in there that is suppressible? I'm making this up, but maybe the police come up and, hey, these drugs are mine, these drugs aren't mine, and they didn't Mirandize you or something like that. And so she might try to get your statement thrown out. But she needs to see, did you make a statement? How was it obtained? All those kinds of things. Your lawyer is not late in doing that. She just got the discovery. So we had a transition in here, one prosecutor replacing another. And so there's a little catch up going on. But Ms. Wood is telling me that over the next month and 3/4, she'll have more than enough time to look at your discovery, talk to you about it. Let me know if there are any motions. If there are motions, then we probably will delay your trial date. But otherwise, we'll keep you headed towards that January 7th date. Does that make sense? Any questions? You can talk with Ms. Wood.
Okay.
She know how to reach you?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Smith, talk to me a little bit about discovery. Thank you for serving it an hour ago or whatever happened.
No problem. When Ms. Wood told me that they did not have discovery, I sent that over immediately, but that is all that we have at this moment. We have GBI labs, everything that state has, she now has. Anything that she doesn't have, when she reaches out, we'll try to get that if there's anything that's missing. But
Okay.
as far as discovery, that's fine.
Okay. And your review of what was in your collection of discovery does include crime lab reports. So we're not waiting on the GBI to say, I don't know what kind of drugs it was, but was it meth, not meth? How much did it weigh? That's already in there.
Yes.
Great. Okay. All right. Then that's just a fun reading project for Ms. Wood, and then she'll let you know what's going on. Anything else, Ms. Wood, on behalf of Mr. Burden?
No, thank you.
All right. So Mr. Burden, we'll probably see you on the 7th. Might see you before then if there's a motion that Ms. Wood wants to argue, but you just need to stay in touch with her. All right. You're good to go. All right. Morning, Ms. Alexander.
Morning, Judge.
Who do you have for us?
I have Mr. Kemp right now. We are currently waiting for, we need 1 North, I think I told him booth 4 for Mr. Williams.
1 North, booth 4 for Williams. And how about Kemp?
He's right here on South Annex.
South Annex. All right. Excellent. Well, we'll do South Annex now. Ms. Rios, you ready to talk about Mr. Kemp?
Yes, we should have a plea, if I could just be a breakout room so I can just tell him the
details?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what we can do here. I'm not understanding why. Hey, Mr. Kemp, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I'm Judge McBurney, and Ms. Rios needs to talk with you for a minute. So are you logging on, Ms. Rios?
I'm online.
Okay, I'm going to put you virtually, Mr. Kemp, into a little breakout room so that you and Ms. Rios can speak privately. She just needs to give you a quick update, but it sounds like she and you are going to be able to resolve the case today, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let me see what I can do here. It worked. And then I need to pull up 1 North, booth 4. Let's try again.
Okay, is
Yeah, he finished, he really just, he doesn't get on 6.
Is there any provisions anywhere?
Yeah, he's still.
This 23, is it 23 SC?
It's a 24.
Okay, got it. How many years, how much time left over there?
Just over a year.
Got it, okay.
Or just under 2 years. Yeah, see that with the.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll start. Right. Okay. You go. Judge, can I be seated?
Sure can. Have a good weekend.
Is this too?
So I was able to connect booth 5. I can't connect 4. But I also don't see the Ms. Anderson on anymore. Ms. Taylor's on. I don't think Mr. Williams can hear us. That looks pretty sealed up. Ms. Nelson, if you could, let's see if there's anything in there. Try to reach out to the sheriff's folks.
Yes, I just sent them a message. Let's see if I can figure out what's going on.
Okay, because booth 5, we're good. I can't get booth 4 to connect. All right. In the meantime, Ms. Taylor is here. Good morning, Ms. Taylor.
Good morning, Judge. I still love y'all. I'm just stuck at the Cab Superior Court this morning.
The love seeps through the screen. I'm glad you hopped on. I appreciate that. Let's get Mr. Sinkfield to come on up to the podium so you can see him and we can all hear each other. All right, there he is. There's your lawyer. So Ms. Taylor, Mr. Sinkfield actually has 2 cases.
Yeah.
The newer indictment has already had final plea and is on our January 7th trial calendar. This case, which is an older indictment, I don't know which conduct is old, but older indictment, it just hadn't caught up with the other one. So today is the final plea for this case, but it's destined for the same trial calendar. So if we don't resolve this case today, both will be ready to go on that January 7th date. Are you okay with discovery in this case, Ms. Taylor?
Judge, I believe I am. I do want to talk with the state. I'm not saying that it's their fault. I have not been able to reach them, but I believe we can resolve both of these cases, Judge, short of a trial. I would just ask the court to keep the final plea open, and I will get with the state to make sure that I have all the discovery, but for some final plea discussions.
Okay. Well,
That's a mitigation that I do want to give to the state.
Mitigation, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So a couple things. One, we have a newly assigned attorney to this courtroom. So that may be one reason why you weren't able to reach someone associated with your cases. Ms. Davis, who had the cases, is in a different courtroom now, and Ms. Smith is the line or trial ADA who's got both of Mr. Sinkfield's cases here. So Ms. Smith, do you have a way to reach Ms. Taylor? I want to make sure you two can connect.
I believe I have her email address.
Okay.
Contact number.
All right. Ms. Taylor, is phone or email a better way for Ms. Smith to start reaching out to you?
Reach out to me both ways, Judge. I can put if she can put her information in the chat, I certainly can. She's got my email. And she can put her email and phone in the chat. I will make sure I put my cell phone in the chat. So either way, and both ways is fine.
Got it. Well, I'll have her do that. So you guys.
Because I don't believe I have her contact information, Judge. So if she could put that in the chat, that'll be fine.
Okay, she's working on that, so you'll get that. And what we'll do is move this case, the older indictment, to the same trial calendar as the newer indictment. That's January 7th. So at the latest, Mr. Sinkfield, you'll be back here on January 7th. You'll get notice. Did you get something in the mail telling you to be here today?
Yes, sir.
Good. Same address we'll use. It'll tell you to be here on January 7th for both cases. That's the call of the trial calendar. Whether you go to trial or not is more up to you and Ms. Taylor. Her review of your cases is that it should work out with a plea, but you and Ms. Taylor will need to talk about that more. And we'll sort it out either on the 7th or ideally even before then if she and Ms. Smith are able to do that. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Ms. Smith, any questions or updates from the state? All right, Ms. Taylor, anything else on behalf of Mr. Sinkfield?
Nothing else from us, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Taylor, you had a different client who said that he, or someone who wanted to be a client who said that he was going to need to get a different lawyer because you had told him, I don't remember his name, so don't ask. You had told him you actually weren't taking new clients and you were gradually closing down your business. Is that true?
Well, Judge, yes, sort of, yes.
Okay, well, I won't press you on it now. I just was sad to hear that. I mean, we all reach a point where we're going to go do other things and enjoy time away from the office. I just wasn't sure if that was your polite way of saying you're not paying me what you need to pay me, or if in fact you were winding things down.
I'm winding things down, Judge. This November 16th makes 35 years for me, so it's time to wind.
It is. That's amazing. You need to write a book or do a documentary about you. All right. But you will see it through for Mr. Sinkfield. You'll be with us at least through the January trial calendar.
I will, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Well, good.
All right.
You're good to go. You can go back to DeKalb work.
All right. I'm going to put my stuff in the chat and then I'll.
Oh, yeah. Make sure you get that info exchanged. Mr. Sinkfield, you good? All right. You're good to go. South Annex is back. Maybe Ms. Rios will pop in here and we can do that plea. Well, we've got one north booth 3, so we've got booth 3 and booth 5. Ms. Simpson, you mind checking, see if Ms. Rios is coming out here? Thanks. Okay. Ms. Dawson, did you confirm Mr. Richardson's actually in the building? Okay, he's just in that other courtroom?
He's gonna be first out the judge call. I'll take his attendance.
Okay. You have any idea where Ms. Rios is?
Still Drew?
We checked
Oh.
because Mr. Kemp is back and I just got the terms of the plea. There she is. Oh. Are you Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
We're not going to leapfrog Mr. Kemp, but what are we doing with Mr. Williams today?
I just need to convey an offer to him, so do you want me to hop on Zoom to do a breakout session?
That'd be great. You guys can swap. You can have the jury room now. So Mr. Williams, Ms. Wood is going to get in onto Zoom. I'm going to move the two of you into a breakout room. And you guys are going to talk about your situation, okay? All right. In the meantime, Ms. Rios, are you ready to go with Mr. Kemp?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then let's get on the record with position 6, which is 25 SC 002 536, State versus Martavius Kemp. Mr. Kemp is appearing from the South Annex. His lawyer, Ms. Rios, is here in court. I'm going to get her on the screen so you can see her. Mr. Kemp, we'll get our prosecutor on the screen, and we can move that. And we'll get Mr. Williams off the screen in a minute. I just need to, once Ms. Wood gets on, we'll get them in a breakout room. Mr. Kemp, I need the folks at South Annex to unmute you. There we go. Mr. Kemp, you have a right to be here in court rather than at the South Annex, but you can waive that right so we can go forward with your plea in this setting. Are you comfortable doing that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also have a right to have Ms. Rios right next to you so you can ask her questions if things come up. I'm going to let you take a break anytime you want to speak with her privately. We'll get you right back into one of those breakout rooms. Are you okay proceeding with Ms. Rios here in court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what we're going to do. Ms. Smith is going to put you under oath in just a moment, ask you questions about your case and your rights. I need you to answer those truthfully and to let me know if at any point you have questions of your own. Okay?
Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Kemp, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter currently before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can lower your hand. Please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Martavius Demond Kemp.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No, ma'am.
And is there any medication that you would normally take that you haven't been given this morning?
No, ma'am.
How old are you and how far have you gone in school?
I'm 38 and I went to the 11th grade.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges? And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had enough time to speak with your attorney about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you need more time to discuss your case with your attorney?
No, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with her services?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the formal reading of this indictment and any and all defects in the indictment for the purposes of this plea?
Yes.
Mr. Kemp, do you remember being arrested on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Are you aware of any outstanding warrants?
No, ma'am.
Counsel, are you aware of any outstanding warrants?
No.
Do you understand that you are entering a guilty plea to the following offenses for count 1, robbery by intimidation, and count 2, simple battery against a person who is 65 years or older or who is pregnant at the time of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court a sentence of 7 years probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probation without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that this is a guilty plea, which is permanently recorded on your criminal history?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that if you're charged with a crime in the future, that this plea may be used to enhance that sentencing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you currently on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be following a conviction from a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, you cannot use, receive, possess, transport, or own a firearm, and that if you did, you could be charged with another felony offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that by pleading guilty here today, you're giving up the following rights: the right to a trial by jury, the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself, the right to see and hear witnesses called to testify against you, the right to the assistance of counsel either hired by you or court appointed if you cannot afford an attorney, the right to the presumption of innocence, which means that the state must prove that you are guilty of each charge beyond a reasonable doubt, the right to testify on your own behalf or remain silent, the right to present other evidence of your own and call your own witnesses, and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything for you to enter into this guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
And as to indictment number 25 SC 002536, how do you plead to count 1, robbery by intimidation, and count 2, simple battery against a person who is 65 years or older or who is pregnant at the time of the offense?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have until the end of this term of court or 30 days, whichever is later, to move to withdraw your plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that you do not have a right to appeal directly from your guilty plea? But if you believe there is some error in your guilty plea, you can apply to the appropriate appellate court to request a discretionary appeal. This discretionary appeal procedure is outlined in OCGA 5635 and must be completed within 30 days of today.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from today for a felony charge to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, if this case were to proceed to trial, the state would show that on August 22nd, 2024, at approximately 12:43, Zone 5 Officer Brooks responded to a report of a robbery at 232 Forsyth Street, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30303 in Fulton County. And this was at a Greyhound bus station. The victim, Mr. Jesse Chapman, stated that he was robbed by approximately 4 suspects while attempting to purchase a hot dog. Mr. Chapman reported that after he pulled out his wallet to pay for his hot dog, the suspects dragged him to the ground, took his wallet, which contained $500, his military ID card, driver's license, and other personal items. The victim also reported that his cane was taken during the incident. He further indicated that the incident happened very quickly and that he was traveling to Cleveland, Ohio, and all of his essential items were in his wallet that was stolen. During the investigation of the case, this was on August 25th, 2024, security footage from the Greyhound bus station was reviewed, and that footage confirmed what the victim had told the officers the day before. It also showed that when the victim was exiting the side door of a Greyhound bus station lobby, making a right turn, he was walking with his cane when an unknown female wearing a green sweater and light gray jogging pants was observed approaching Mr. Chapman from the direction of a black sedan, where the defendant, in this case, Martravius Kemp, was standing. The female then walked alongside Mr. Chapman toward the area where the houses were being sold during near another car. Approximately at 12:47, that's when the footage showed Martravius Kemp, who was wearing a red sweater, dark jeans, and a red and white hat turned backwards, and he was observed standing behind the victim in this case. Mr. Kemp then grabbed the back of Mr. Chapman's short and dragged him to the ground. After Mr. Chapman fell, Mr. Kemp then and another unknown male suspect were seen going through Mr. Chapman's pockets and taking his belongings. Kemp then fled the scene on foot, heading east behind the Greyhound bus station, while the other suspects drove away in a black Acura. Following this investigation, the officers then had a warrant out, drafted a warrant for Mr. Kemp's arrest. He was then found and placed under arrest for the charges we have here before us. And those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. Regarding the negotiated plea between the state and defense, we've agreed to, for count 1, 7 years probation, and for count 2, 12 months probation to run concurrent to count 1. The special conditions of probation would be for Mr. Kemp to enter and successfully complete Hope House, to stay away from the victim, to complete 60 community service hours, and for him to have gainful employment and also receive his GED. And that is all from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. morning, Ms. Jackson. Do you have criminal history information on Mr. Kemp?
Good morning, Your Honor. There are 44 cycles. The last arrest was November the 6th, 2024, and with the city was in Fulton County for conspiracy to commit a felony. That charge was dismissed on December the 2nd, 2024. He does appear to be on probation. That case number is 24 SC 005806 for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That disposition date was April the 21st, 2025, and the term is for 10 years. He does appear to have an additional open probation case. The case number is 23 SC 191360 for possession of Schedule 1 controlled substance. Has the same disposition date of April the 21st, 2025, and the term is for 5 years. He does appear to have prior felony convictions, one in 2022 for aggravated stalking and terroristic threats and acts, one in 2013 for possession of cocaine, an additional one in 2013 out of DeKalb County for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, one in 2011 for possession of cocaine with the intent to distribute, and one in 2008 for possession of controlled substance with the intent to distribute, and one in 2005 out of Clayton County for possession of controlled substance. And there are misdemeanor convictions if you would like to hear those as well, Your Honor.
No, I appreciate what you've shared. That is sufficient.
Yes, sir.
Is he, did he already have a probation revocation hearing?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't need to handle that.
Well, no, let me back that up.
There wouldn't be one because this conduct predates those convictions. So this plea today shouldn't yield any revocation issues.
This division is this year.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's what I was listening for because one of the indictments is old. It's from 23, but they weren't resolved until this year. So Ms. Rios, tell me about Mr. Kemp. And I'm looking at the letter from Caring Works, which is Hope House, which says we have not accepted him.
Sometimes those letters are confusing.
Because
Because he definitely was accepted, because Ms. Ross told me he was, but sometimes it looks like, was it checked? Let me look at the letter.
Oh, I see. Yes, it says we've accepted. It is very confusing.
Yeah, I've told them about these letters.
Got it. But the one that's checked, it's sort of subtle that it's checked. He's on a waiting list until a bed is available.
Yes, so we would have to just.
Got it. So he's in and then he'll sit tight until there's a bed. Ah, okay.
He is 38 years old. Prior to being arrested, he was working for Big Daddy's Kitchen. He is a cook. That is what he likes to do. He actually wants to go to culinary school. Unfortunately, his drug addiction and housing situation has prevented him from accomplishing his goals. So I'm hoping that the Hope House program helps him with that and gets him on track. He has one child who's 10 years old, and he wants to be a part of that child's life and do better. So I'm hoping with this resolution, he will be able to be a good father and kick the drug addiction. We did try to reach out to drug court, but they did not accept him.
Okay, that answers one of my questions. Thank you. Mr. Kemp, anything you want to add to what Ms. Rios said?
No, Your Honor.
How long had you worked at Big Daddy's?
2 years.
Okay, were you working at Big Daddy's when this situation at the bus station happened?
Yes. Well,
pardon me?
No.
No what?
I wasn't working.
How come? I mean, if you say 2 years, 2 years would include this time, August of last year.
I know. I had none quit because of my addiction.
Okay, you did work for Big Daddy's for a couple of years, but by August of last year, you had quit. You either weren't reliable because of the addiction, or you just said, working's not for me, I need to get high.
My grandmother died.
I'm sorry.
My grandmother had died August the 25th.
Okay, and then you relapsed.
Yes.
Okay. Well, August the 25th is after this incident, but maybe she wasn't well?
She died the 25th.
Okay. Tell me what drug or drugs you struggle with the most.
Crack cocaine.
All right. And that was just recent, or for years that has been something you struggle with?
For years, it's been something I struggle with, Your Honor.
Okay. If you end up going to Hope House, will that be the first time you've received formal treatment, or have you had treatment in the past?
If that was the first time I've been to an in-house program.
Got it. You've done some outpatient treatment?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
I tried to complete the DRC program, MA DRC program.
Mm-hmm.
But during that time I was shot, so I didn't complete it.
Oh.
So that was the only other program that I had.
Okay, you were doing MADRC, but then you were shot, and that meant you were out of commission for a while.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where were you shot? Like where on your body?
I was shot in the back 2 times in both of my hands.
Ouch. Okay. And what has your recovery been like?
It's been okay. I still go to the hospital and receive pain medications.
Okay. All right.
One of my fingers can never, grow a nail. So,
Do you have any questions about anything we've discussed?
the program, I was asking the program person, like, after I do the 120 days, do they still have a place where I can stay? And he told me, yes, if I get a job, then I could pay for housing right there because I'm not technically homeless. So
That's correct. So we use Hope House often as part of drug court. If treatment doesn't go well in drug court, we escalate to residential treatment at Hope House. And if you do well in their program initially and then are working afterwards, they'll let you stay there. You just have to help defray the cost. I hope that's what works out for you. All right, Ms. Smith, your office filed a recidivist notice. Are you withdrawing that for purposes of the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I forgot one thing. I did want to ask for his fees to be waived for a while until he gets on his feet, and if you would be inclined to set up a behavioral incentive date.
Okay. All right, thanks for sharing that. I guess there's no restitution. Mr. Chapman didn't get his money back, but it's not the kind, or?
We just haven't had good victim contact. We reached out to him multiple times and haven't heard anything back from him.
Okay, got it. Mr. Kemp, I find there's a factual basis for your plea and that your plea is knowing and voluntary, meaning you've understood what we talked about and no one has forced you to enter this plea. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then I'll accept it. Ms. Rios, can someone in my office sign the indictment for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Smith, can we sign for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kemp, is it okay if we electronically sign your name to the indictment indicating your guilty plea?
yes, Your Honor. I got one more question.
Yes, sir.
Just to make sure I'm on point, right? It was the little program thing required that you come to the courtroom and give updates to the judge. I would like to do that.
Okay, I don't know that Hope House does that. Drug court does. You come every so often and we have a conversation about the things that are going well, and if things aren't going well, we talk about that also. But we could set up a date for you to come back, just sort of a check-in date to see how things are going at Hope House, if you think that would be helpful.
Yes, it would be.
Okay, I don't think I've ever had anyone ever ask for that. I think it's a great idea. I just don't typically impose it because it's a little tricky to make happen. But since you've asked, we'll try to make it happen. It's going to be a little bit on probation. We'll see what happens. Okay, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kemp, I am going to sentence you on count 1, which is the robbery count, to 7 years to serve 7 months with a balance on probation. And count 2 will be 7 months to serve. Those will run concurrently with each other. It will be a special condition of your probation that you enter into and complete the Hope House program. So you will stay at Hope House, and if it's 120 days, and sometimes it's longer if you slip up, but you need to graduate from that. If they kick you out or you quit, that's a violation of your probation, and that'll get you back in front of me, and that's not a happy check-in, but we'll work through it. You'll also need to complete 60 hours of community service. That'll be within the first 9 months of probation. So you don't need to worry about it right away because you're at Hope House and you should be focused on recovery. But when you get out from Hope House, when you complete Hope House, you'll want to take care of the community service work. You should have no contact with Mr. Chapman, although I think he's a stranger to you. I'd stay away from the Greyhound bus station because that's just a source of woe for a lot of people. But I don't know if you use it because you actually take the Greyhound bus places.
Sometimes.
Where have you gone on a Greyhound bus?
I've gone to Cleveland, Ohio, Pennsylvania.
Okay. All right. Then just don't hang out there. Go there to take the bus and not to rob a guy who's buying a hot dog. Okay. Did you mention GED, Ms. Rios? Was that part of it?
That was a part of one of the conditions.
Okay. I missed it. When you told us how old you were, Mr. Kemp, you also told us how far you went in school. How far did you go?
11th grade.
All right. Well, I'm going to make it a condition of your probation that you get your GED, and you need to be enrolled in a GED course within the first 6 months of your probation. So again, first few months you're at Hope House taking care of things, but eventually you need to get into that GED course as well. I will waive your probation supervision fees for the first 4 months. That's those 120 days when you're focused on recovery, but then you'll need to pay the supervision fees. And I'm not going to set a behavioral incentive date. You've got a pretty long period of probation from one of your other cases. This will run concurrently with that. But given your criminal history, I want to maintain the full length of probation. I hope you're turning a corner, but if you're not, and we have a situation where you're caught with a gun or doing something that you and I both know you shouldn't do, I think more time to work with for a revocation is better than less time. So I'm going to not set a behavioral incentive date. Ms. Rios, anything else on behalf of Mr. Kemp?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Smith?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kemp, any questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you so much.
Oh, wait, I need to add one more thing. I'm going to ask that probation help with a check-in date of 2 months after release. So 2 months after you're released, probation should reach out to my staff and we'll figure out a court date to give you to come on in so we can talk about how things are going. And we'll decide after that 2-month check-in, do we need to do another one? Does that make sense? Or we're good to go?
Yes.
And we'll see how that works.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I need you to stay put. Ms. Simpson's going to come to, I can turn this on. There's Ms. Yeah, right there. There's Ms. Simpson. She's going to ask you a little bit about, and talk to you a little bit about probation reporting.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Kemp.
Good morning.
So you're going to report to your probation officer, Officer Dowdy, within 48 hours of your release.
Okay.
I will pass on her information to your attorney. Is there a way that you can get a phone number, write down a phone number for her?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
I was writing it down now.
Okay.
Oh, I got it. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so her name is Officer Dowdy. That's D as in dog,
Yes.
OWDY.
Yes, ma'am.
And her number is 770
Yes, ma'am.
842
Yes, ma'am.
7800.
It's 770-842-7800.
Yes,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
need to contact her within 48 hours of your release.
Okay.
Do you want the office number for Hope Hall? Because that's where he'll be living.
Yes, but also need the address, which I think I have.
275. Well, I'll forward you, unless you've got it. I can
Yeah,
just forward you the
it's-
letter that Ms. Rios has.
Boston Street address.
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay. I'll forward you this because it has the phone number too.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kemp. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, South Annex, for making him available.
Yes, sir. Have a blessing.
You too.
Is Adam coming back?
Is who coming back?
Is there a back? Adam?
He has to be excused.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you work your case out?
No, so I guess I'll be.
Well, then he doesn't need to be here.
I was gonna talk to him. He was gonna talk to the family. I was trying to get an update.
Okay. I'm sure you've got his email address or his phone number.
You know, everything.
All right, Mr. Richardson, are we good to go with Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, Judge, speak to Smith.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, do you know what we're doing yet with Mr. Williams?
No, I just got an email from Ms. Wood. I don't think I think it'll probably be a final plea hearing.
Okay.
That concludes my business. I will see y'all Wednesday for trial.
Yes, I'll send out an email today with the list.
Okay.
I suspect at least one of your cases will be on it.
That's the only case I got.
Okay, it'll still be at least one. Ms. Wood, do you know what we're doing with Mr. Williams?
Emailing you back now. Emailing you back now.
Okay.
I'd hate for you guys to actually talk since you're standing next to each other instead of email back, but
Would make more sense with a judge.
paper trail.
Exactly. So I'll have an announcement shortly, and then I do have Mr. Durante Jones here.
Okay, and what are we doing with Mr. Jones? Why don't we start that? Mr. Jones, come up to the podium, please.
Have a good one.
All right, Ms. Wood, you ready?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, we're gonna go on the record. Position 2 is 24 SC 002-181. Mr. Jones is here in court with Ms. Wood. Ms. Smith is the prosecutor. Ms. Wood, how are things going with discovery for you?
This is an older case that I had, so I have discovery on this case.
All right. Ms. Smith, what is the state's offer if Mr. Jones wanted to resolve his case today?
Yes, the state's current offer is 10 years probation, and I can break down each charge too if you would like.
No, so the global recommendation is 10 years probation.
Yes.
Okay.
There are a couple special conditions of probation too. Would you like those?
Well, if there are things like stay away and this and that, I don't need them. If it was onerous, I don't mean that in a critical way, but weekends in jail, or you got to stay out of a certain part of Georgia, then you should share because that may be what the hiccup is in the case.
Okay.
Nothing like that? Okay, all right. Mr. Jones, the state's recommendation, if you were to enter a plea today, would be a sentence of 10 years probation. That's not what Ms. Wood would need to advocate for. It's what the state would advocate for. Today, if you entered a plea, and I were to sentence you to more than what Ms. Wood asked for, I'm gonna make a number up, but maybe she would say, I think it should be 5 years probation. If I were to do anything more than 5 years probation, you could withdraw your plea. You could say, no, thank you. I was willing to do 5 years, but not 8. After today, you can still enter a plea, but you're not going to be able to withdraw that plea if you don't like your sentence. Does that make sense? Okay, that's the one thing that will change after today. The state is going to recommend 10 years probation. Are you interested in entering a plea in your case today? No? Okay. Your case will move to a trial calendar. I don't have that date yet. For some reason, you're not on the January 7th trial calendar. All the other cases are, but you're not. So it'll be sometime after January of next year when you'll come back in here for trial. You could still decide to enter a plea. You just don't get to withdraw the plea if you don't like your sentence. You can always have a trial. If a jury finds you guilty, you're stuck with whatever sentence I give you. If a jury finds you not guilty, then you move on with your life. Any questions about any of that?
Okay.
No? Okay. Ms. Wood, anything else on behalf of Mr. Jones?
No, Judge, thank you.
Ms. Smith?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Jones, let me check one thing in your case. So he had a bench warrant and it got set aside. Do you remember the circumstances of what was
Yes,
going
Judge,
on?
this is a case where the notice actually was going to the place where he was told to stay away from in the bond order.
Yes,
And it
okay.
has been corrected.
All right. In your bond, stay away from Haven Street, and that's where we were sending notices. Got it. You had a curfew. Were you wearing an ankle monitor?
Yes, I have.
You still have it on? Okay. Yikes. That's been a long time.
Yes.
Well, you and Ms. Wood should talk about that. And she'll give you her thoughts about whether it makes sense to try to switch that around. We won't deal with it today, but you can put that on her to-do list. Okay. Ms. Wood, anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right. You are good to go, Mr. Jones. Oh, well, let me confirm, since we know we're not supposed to send things to Haven. And I have River Chase Drive. Okay, good. All right. So, do you need a chance to write an email back on Angela Williams?
I can multitask, Judge. I already sent one back.
Okay. I think he is the only one left for our final plea calendar. And then we've got Ms. Mann, maybe, and Ms. Dawson, maybe. Let me try to get him out of the break room, leave room. Hey, Mr. Williams, can you hear us?
Yes, John.
Okay. Well, what are we doing today, Ms. Wood, with Mr. Williams?
Just the final hearing.
Okay, well, let's get on the record for that. These are positions 3 and 4 on our final plea calendar. We have Mr. Williams out at the jail. Ms. Wood is here in court, along with Ms. Smith. Ms. Wood, do you have discovery in both the cases?
I do as of this morning.
Okay. Given the timing for both cases, I mean, they both came today?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Given the timing of the arrival, does it make sense to keep Mr. Williams's final plea rights open?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Williams, here's what's going on. First, have you been at Rice Street for a while, or did you just get here from Department of Corrections?
Just got here from Department of Correction.
All right. Did you finish up your sentence with them, or are we borrowing you from them?
Finish my sentence, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Williams, Ms. Wood now has the discovery in your cases, so she is going to look through that, will undoubtedly want to talk with you about it, and then you and she can sort out which way to move forward. It may be that she has some motions she needs to file. It may be that she says, we need to try this case. It may be she says, we should try to work it out. I will see you at the latest on January 7th. That's when your 2 cases are on a trial calendar. I may see you before then if Ms. Wood files motions that are things that we need to talk about before the trial calendar, okay? You have any questions about anything?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Wood, anything else on behalf of Mr. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Smith, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your patience. You're good to go.
So I thought we were taking a plea today.
So what he's talking about would require the state to do something with one of the cases they're not willing to do. So no.
Okay, let me pop you back on there. So, Mr. Williams, your lawyer proposed something to the prosecutor to make your case work in a certain way. And the prosecutor at this point is not inclined to do that. So in order to get the sentence, and I don't know the details, I don't want to get in the middle of it, but to get the sentence that Ms. Wood was advocating for, the state would need to agree to do something. And they're not obligated to agree. They know stuff about you and your case and your history, and they're taking one stance and your lawyer has a different stance, and those don't mesh. So it sounds like there's not going to be a plea today. Okay. Ms. Wood, you okay talking to Mr. Williams again?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll put you in another breakout room, all right?
All right, thank you.
Let's see how we do this. So he's in there. And now we can move Ms. Wood. Ms. Smith,
Yes.
I'm curious. There's another case where there was no discovery. What do you think is going, or it was just delivered is a better way to put it. What do you think is going on?
I'm not too sure. I feel like, well, when the calendars come out, our legal assistants are supposed to send the discovery. So we're under the impression it's already sent because this case has already been through at least another calendar. It should have been sent by then. Once notified that it wasn't sent, I sent it to her, but
I know you did.
it wasn't sent to her.
Well, you are still new enough that you get the, I'm not saying this is what, you get to sort of like, it's not me. And it's true. It couldn't have been you because discovery should have been sent months and months ago. Whenever this case, right after it was on plea and arraignment, the scheduling order goes out, et cetera. But this 2 days in a row where you've discovered the discovery wasn't sent. Is that a ADA didn't check up with legal assistant or legal assistant misrepresented what happened or what? I mean, I assume you're looking into how did this happen?
I think the legal assistant was supposed to send the discovery after the plea and arraignment calendar, but it was not sent.
Okay. Do you have a mechanism in place where you are checking to make sure you've had a few plea arraignments? Are you planning on making sure that your legal assistant is taking care of discovery?
Yes, Your Honor. After the plea and arraignment calendars, I go through to see if discovery has been sent or not, and then send an email to the legal assistant asking them to either send it to them or I've already sent it in for them to file the certificate of discovery.
Okay. But how are you keeping track? Let's say it's one where you ask the legal assistant, hey, send to McBurney discovery in State versus Jones. Legal assistant says, you bet, Ms. Smith. How are you making sure that that really happened?
Well, the process of that is just to check by, if I ask you at the beginning of the week, to check at the end of the week and to note it on my Excel sheet.
Okay, so you are then looking in to say, yep, there was a certificate of discovery, or you're able to tell in evidence.com or something that it got sent?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Richardson, are we ready now? Oh, you haven't had a chance to talk to Ms. Smith. Why don't you guys talk? Oh, right, sure. Yep, 404-564-4181. Uh-huh. I'm not listening, though. Hello again. Ms. Smith is chatting with Mr. Richardson right now.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say.
I saw that. That's so impressive.
It was funny going to that CNCJ conference, they didn't realize how many people on our third team are from New York.
Really?
I never really realized that. I was not being on New York. Judge McGrady.
Attorney Wood.
Judge Schwall, he has a criminal caseload right now, or not? I just can't remember.
Yes.
I like drawing a blank.
Yes. Our family division judges are Eaton, Benton, Adams, and Ellerby.
Okay. Thank you.
You're not transferring, are you?
I might.
You have to at least give me the opportunity, like the right of first refusal, like to match the offer. Yeah. Have an intervention. Why do you have a case in, Judge Schwall? Asia Rogers, what's going on?
Well, I didn't realize that, so, let me give you the background. So,
I don't like this, how that looks.
well, so due to some minor technicalities, we can't petition for her, her relationship on it, just due to small technicality. So her officer advised for her to connect with an attorney to, handle a motion to terminate her probation.
Got it.
So, it's showing the system that Judge Reader handled it.
Oh.
But when we looked at the actual sentence, I realized that it was a Judge Schwall case that Judge Reader handled.
Got it. Okay.
That's how it came out.
Okay.
And so I asked Ms. Wood if she would help out with her, and she graciously did it. But we thought the case was gonna be coming in front of you.
Because it looked like Reader, but it's Schwall. Okay. Mr. Richardson.
Yes, Judge. We're asking the court a bit of indulgence, and I'll explain why. When I first got this case with Ms. Dawson, of course, remember, my father has dementia. And I had to go to California, to Benicia, where he lives, for about a month to kind of take care of my sister, to get his housing and support situation straightened out. So I think we had an arraignment calendar. We might have had a final plea, but I don't honestly remember. This is the first time this case is ever on a trial calendar. This case is such that it's kind of a family and a big mess. You got one part of the family saying one thing, the other part of the family saying something else. The state's kind of stuck in a conundrum. The state has recommended, they're not in a position to reduce the case yet, but recommended that she interview for the diversion program. And it's important because she is a mother of 6. She works for MARTA. She was proud that she doesn't receive any assistance, not to shine on anybody who does, but she has a kid at KIPP Academy. She has another one that she works really hard. Her children are paramount important to her. So what we asked the court to do, since it is the first time ever being on the trial calendar, to allow us an opportunity for her to interview with diversion to see if they will accept her. The state is willing to allow her that opportunity. And if she's accepted, then I think that resolves the problem altogether. Because if she gets a conviction, she works in the maintenance division, but her objective ultimately is to drive the bus and the train. If she gets this felony,
That's not going to happen.
benefits are gone, all the stuff that she's worked for. And this is not to embarrass her bonus if she's a little girl. The father of her children aren't necessarily effectively in their children's lives. So she's the one shiny spot that provides the support, pride, sustenance to the family. So we'd ask court for the indulgence of one time continuance to see if she can qualify for diversion. If she can, she's more than willing to do it to preserve her job, etc.
Who is Starletha Thomas to Ms. Dawson?
It is her husband's brother's wife.
Ms. Dawson's married.
Yes.
Okay. And
Married to Jeremy Brooks, Jeremy Brooks.
so Mr. Brooks, Starletha Thomas, it's here, Ms. Dawson's husband's.
She's a sister-in-law.
Got it. Okay. Okay. So it's a relative of sorts.
And then, Judge, if we were pre-trying the case, I would say that Jeremy left some of her personal belongings at his mom's house.
We don't need to pre-try it. I just was, so Starletha Thomas is someone known to your client and vice versa. Your client has 6 kids, and do they all stay with you, Ms. Dawson? Okay, and Mr. Brooks, is he the father of any of those kids?
He's the father of 5, but I've been with him since I had my oldest.
Okay, your oldest son has a different father?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the other 5 kids are all you and Mr. Brooks. Does he work?
Yes, sir.
What does he do?
He worked for the children.
Okay. Ms. Smith, I know the DA's adult diversion program is maybe not be new to you because it could have been used in non-complex. Given the nature of the charges Ms. Dawson faces, is it kind of silly to think she'd even be accepted, or there's good reason to believe that she'd be accepted into the diversion program?
I think with the charges, it's kind of a toss-up when it comes to the diversion, because sometimes they will accept people with similar charges and sometimes they won't. I think with the position that the defense is in, with the state not being willing to reduce any charges at this point, is to just see if the diversion will accept her. I think because it's iffy on if she will be accepted or not, is why we're saying, okay, it's fine if she interviews with them. But if she's denied, then we go from there.
Okay, but it's not a lost cause doing it. There's a chance that she could be, there's a meaningful chance she could be accepted into the program.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you're comfortable with exploring that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you initiate that, or Mr. Richardson initiates that? What I don't want to have happen is like, oh, I thought they were going to do it, and then it's a month from now and nothing's happened.
It's my understanding that Mr. Richardson will do it.
Do you know what to do?
I've done it once before, Judge, but I will.
I mean, if not, I could do it, but it's fine. Doesn't matter.
I just want to make sure that it happens. What I don't want to do is say, great, we're going to reconvene in X weeks, and the answer is no one applied her.
Well, I'll certainly do whatever it takes, Judge.
I don't know that you can, though, not as in like, are you capable of? I just don't know. I was under the impression that it was an internal thing, that the ADA handling the case had to reach out to the diversion team to say, consider this one. I didn't know someone from the outside could knock and get in.
Yes, Your Honor. In some cases, or the defense attorneys are able to reach out to Mr. Pollard or diversion team to see if their client will be accepted into diversion. However, in this case, I don't have a problem doing the referral myself.
Okay. Well, I'm neutral as to who does it. I'm not neutral about does it get done, and it would need to get done next week. In terms of making the referral, they have to chew on it for a little while. Although it's supposed to, Mr. Pollard always says when I reach out, why haven't we heard about it? Like, oh, no, it only takes up to 72 hours. So in theory, we could know by the end of next week whether this is something that works out for Ms. Dawson, which would be great if it does. I'm not taking a position on good idea or bad idea. I just don't want us to go around and around. When Ms. Dawson has to come down here, that is, I'm sure, a childcare complication, and you're not at work. And eventually work's going to say, well, we don't want you here because you're always having to come to court. Okay. I'll figure out whether we roll this to the January trial calendar or if I put it on an inquiry calendar before then so that we can squeeze an update out of everyone as to where we are with it. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Ms. Smith?
No, Your Honor.
It's never easy with you, Mr. Richardson. Nope.
That's what I'm trying.
Yeah.
I heard yesterday, they had a big celebration in, New York.
Yeah.
Remember, I had a really big night.
Yeah, I know. I hadn't heard about that thing. I'd be like, really? You didn't include me? But it was what it was. Jack Harvey was there, so that's the person who mattered. Yeah. All right. It may be that I reach out to the lawyers in a week saying, what did we learn or where are we? And Ms. Dawson, you'll get notice as to when you next need to come to court. If you're accepted into the diversion program, you're not going to need to come back to court for me to tell you that. You'll just need to start that program. All right? You guys are good to go.
Okay. Okay. See you soon.
You bet. All right. So we've got a couple things left. I may need to go in a little bit. I'll let you know. But then, of course, I'll be back because we've got our 1 o'clock. We have Ms. Mann, but are you still working something out with Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Miss Mann is now, is she on the Zoom? I think she just logged on.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Miss Williams and I are still working.
Okay. Should we let Ms. Mann know that she can sign off and you'll text her?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Mann, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hey, look,
I'm here.
look at you. You're at work.
Yes, I'm working.
All right. That's a big looking building. And you've got your protective vest and everything. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready.
In your same New Balance jacket. Ms. Wood will text you when, that's a lot of pipes, when you should hop back on. She and the prosecutor need to talk more, and we don't want to keep you away from the job any more than necessary. So just be checking your phone, and she'll let you know when you should hop back on, okay?
Okay, well, I'm free for my break up until 1 o'clock, but if I have to log on anytime after that, I'm actually about to let my supervisor.
Okay. Well, we'll let you know. All the pipes went away and now we can't hear her anymore. All right. What about Mr. Williams?
Judge, he would like to enter a plea. I think it's gonna need to be partially non-negotiated. The offer I received is a drug court offer, and so yeah, it's non-negotiated.
Okay. But what's the non-negotiated? He doesn't want to do drug court?
Correct, and he's been in custody a year, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I haven't applied into it, so that obviously couldn't happen today.
Okay. Got it. So it's not that he has been admitted and doesn't want to go. It's that the state's thinking is that a reasonable program to address his situation is drug court, assuming he was admitted into it. Understood. Okay. Ms. Smith, you ready to go forward?
Yes.
Let's get. All right. Good. Miss Mann dropped off. She's suddenly outdoors. All right. I think this camera captures everyone. All right. Mr. Williams, can you hear? Oh, I got to unmute you. Unmute. All right. Mr. Williams, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. We're going to go on the record in your two cases. It's 24 SC 005863 and 25 SC 000299. Your lawyer, Ms. Wood, is here in court, as you know, because you've had to go into breakout rooms a couple of times. Ms. Smith is here. Mr. Williams, do you waive your right to be in court for your plea?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay. And do you waive your right to have Ms. Wood by your side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you need to speak with her privately, let me know, and we'll get you in another one of those breakout rooms. Ms. Smith, when you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Williams, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter currently before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can lower your hand. Please state your true, correct, and legal name. Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No, ma'am.
And is there any medication that you would normally take that you haven't been given this morning?
Yes.
What do you take that you did not get?
I take Tylenol.
Oh, you took Tylenol. Okay.
Take Tylenol.
Tell me what you took Tylenol for.
For my headaches, blood pressure medication. Blood pressure medication, they don't do headaches. So they don't.
All right, Mr. Williams, it's hard to hear you. That's not your fault. It's the microphone. So
they give me blood medication, medicine, and they do headaches. So they give me Tylenol.
Can you go over into booth 3?
His blood pressure medication gives him headaches, so he took Tylenol.
Okay, but the court reporter needs to hear him and not you.
Yeah, I'm not understanding him.
No, me neither. And I'm not, it's not him, it's the microphone. So we're gonna try this one. Let me get that one up. Don't panic, we're not gonna be able to hear you for a minute. That's booth 3 open. All right, let's try that one. Mr. Williams, can you hear me?
Yes, you hear me.
All right, that's better. So my understanding is that you take Tylenol to help with headaches you get because you have high blood pressure. Is that correct?
No, they give me blood medication. I mean, they give me high blood pressure medication. They give me headaches. So they gave me Tylenol along with it.
Okay, got it. You take it with it. When you take that medication, does it make you woozy or drowsy or confused?
I don't even confused. They give me headaches. So they give me Tylenol to go with it for headaches.
Okay, just headaches. Understood. Ms. Smith?
Yes. How old are you and how far have you gone in school?
37, 10th grade.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges? And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in this indictment or in both of these indictments?
Living not enough time, but I had so much time.
Mr. Williams, it is important that we not rush things. If you don't feel like you've had enough time, you don't need to wait 6 weeks before you see me again. But if you need a meeting with your lawyer where she's out at the jail, we can make that happen.
I gotta understand what's going on, so I'm willing to go forward. I'm great.
I need you to speak more slowly so we can hear you.
I said I gotta understand what's going on, and I'm willing to go along.
Okay, you have an understanding of what's going on, and you are not asking for more time right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we'll keep going.
Counsel, do you waive the formal reading of the indictment and, defense in the indictment for the purposes of this plea?
So if
Mr. Williams, do you remember being arrested for these charges?
Yes.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Are you aware of any outstanding warrants?
No, ma'am. No, sir. No, ma'am.
Counsel, are you aware of any outstanding warrants?
No.
Mr. Williams, do you understand that you are entering a guilty plea for the following offenses in the indictment ending in 5863? Count 1, possession of cocaine. Count 2, willful obstruction of law enforcement officers. And for the indictment ending in 0299, count 1, possession of firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a non-negotiated or a blind plea and that the state will recommend to the court a sentence of 5 years probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probation without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a guilty plea which is permanently recorded on your criminal history?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that if you're charged with another crime in the future, that this plea may be used to enhance that sentencing?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on you entering this guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be following a conviction from a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, you cannot use, receive, possess, transport, or own a firearm, and that if you did, you could be charged with another felony offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering this plea of guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights: the right to a trial by jury, the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself, the right to see and hear the witnesses called to testify against you, the right to the assistance of counsel either hired by you or court appointed if you cannot afford an attorney, the right to the presumption of innocence, which means that the state must prove you are guilty of each charge beyond a reasonable doubt, the right to testify on your own behalf or remain silent, the right to present other evidence of your own and call your own witnesses, and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes, ma'am.
And has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything for you to enter into this guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
And as to indictment number 24SC005863, how do you plead to count 1, possession of cocaine, and count 2, willful obstruction of law enforcement officers?
Guilty, ma'am.
As to indictment number 25 SC 0000299, how do you plead to count one, possession of firearm by convicted felon?
Guilty, ma'am.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have until the end of this term of court or 30 days, whichever is later, to move to withdraw your plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that you do not have a right to appeal directly from your guilty plea, but if you believe that there is an error in your guilty plea, you can apply to the appropriate appellate court to request a discretionary appeal. This discretionary appeal procedure is outlined in OCGA 5635 and must be completed within 30 days of today.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from today for a felony charge and 12 months from today for a misdemeanor charge to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, if both of these cases would have gone to trial and in the indictment ending in 5863, the state would have been able to show that on March 17th, 2023, Officer J. Romero, that's Romero, along with Officer J. Douglas, were on mobile patrol in an area of 180 Ponce de Leon Avenue Northeast in Fulton County when they observed a black male later identified as Mr. Williams standing in a location with another unknown white female, making a hand-to-hand narcotics transaction with what appears to be crack cocaine. While approaching Mr. Williams, he began to walk away from the officers. They gave him verbal commands to stop and for him to walk toward them, but he began to walk the other way opposite, which was north of Piedmont Avenue, into a parking lot. When the officers caught up with Mr. Williams, he was observed tossing a plastic baggie with a white substance over the fence that was in the parking lot. At that time, Mr. Williams was placed into custody and search incident to arrest. The officers found crack cocaine and some marijuana that was later tested at the GBI lab and confirmed to be 1.8 grams of crack cocaine. For the indictment, and those are the facts for the indictment ending in 5863. For the facts of the indictment ending in 0299, if this case would have gone to trial, the state would have been able to prove that on December 18th, 2024, Officer Gaines responded to, and Officer Hoffman was working a joint detail with Zone 1 and Zone 2. They ran plainclothes officers in that area at the location of 180 Ponce de Leon. The plainclothes officers advised that a black male in all black was conducting multiple hand-to-hand transactions in the area listed above. At this time, while the plainclothes officers was observing Mr. Williams, the male in question attempted to sell marijuana to a plainclothes officer. At this time, several units responded to conduct the stop of the male. He was quickly detained, and while checking for weapons, the officers recovered a 9mm Smith & Wesson gun. The male was later identified as Mr. Angelo Williams. He was then placed under arrest and taken into custody. And this also occurred in Fulton County, Your Honor. Those are the facts of the case regarding the negotiated plea, the non-negotiated plea. The state is going to recommend a global offer of 5 years probation. To break that down with the sentence for the indictment ending in 5863, the state is recommending for count 1, 5 years probation, for count 2, 12 months probation to run concurrent to count 1. And for the indictment ending in 0299, the state is recommending a 5-year probation sentence for count 1 for a total of 5 years. For both of those indictments to run concurrent for a total of 5 years probation. And that's
Okay.
all from the state.
And what are the conditions of probation, if any?
The conditions of probation is for the defendant to complete an alcohol and drug evaluation, to forfeit the firearm that was taken when he was arrested, and for the defendant to enter in complete drug court upon acceptance.
All right. Got it. Thank you.
No problem.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes, Your Honor.
good morning. What can you share about Mr. Williams's criminal history?
There are 33 cycles. The last arrest was October the 29th, 2024 in Fulton County for a failure to appear. The underlying charge was not listed. He does appear to be on probation in Fulton County. That case number is 24 SC 001562 for possession of methamphetamine. That disposition date was November the 14th, 2024, and the term is for 2 years and 11 months. He does have prior felony convictions. One in 2017 for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. One in 2011 for criminal attempt to commit a felony, and aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. And there's an additional one in 2011 for the sale of cocaine and hijacking a motor vehicle, and criminal damage to property in the second degree, and obstructing an officer and fleeing or attempting to elude an officer. Nothing in addition, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Ms. Wood, share with me what you want. I know discovery is fresh for you. You said something that piqued my interest, which was he's been in for a year. And I did notice that soon after his arrest in the newer indictment, so December of last year, he got shipped off to the Department of Corrections. So tell me what's been going on there, along with anything else.
Yes, Judge, thank you. So I just sent the email. He's actually, once you add up all of the dates, he's been in right at 1 year since this situation.
Because I got 88 days, but that's based on the time he was in for the December arrest. And then, like I said, he got shipped off. He'll get credit for that time as well. Just it's GDC credit.
Yeah, so he actually, and I just sent an email with the DOC little document. So he was there for 8 months. He got there. So he was here and then he was shipped there in March and he was brought back to Fulton last week.
But he was there for what?
The methamphetamine case, I believe, the probation that he's on.
He got revoked.
Yes.
He got revoked. Okay.
So that's why he was there. Judge, as you know, like I said, I don't have discovery. So I noticed he was shaking his head. I can't really rebut whatever he was disagreeing with on the facts because I don't have the evidence, or I haven't been able to look at the evidence yet.
Well, and it was it was the older of the cases. And to me, that meant that's 2.5 years ago. And the officer said he saw a hand to hand from a distance. The more concerning one is the more recent one. And he sold to a cop and he had a gun on him. He was not shaking his head while that was being described. So I'm focused on that one.
Thank you. So I had spoken with Mr. Williams earlier this year when he was with the Department of Corrections. We zoomed him in for an arraignment court date. And then I spoke with him earlier this week on a phone call. I didn't realize that he was here in Fulton. So he has indicated to me that he is ready to move forward. And he does have support here. His fiance is here, present in court, judge. So we're just asking for a sentence of 5 to serve 1 year credit for the time that he's done.
Okay. And any conditions of probation?
Drug and alcohol evaluation treatment if needed.
All right. Mr. Williams, anything you want to add to what Ms. Wood said or any questions about anything we've discussed?
And the time of what it ain't travel. No.
Anyone want to translate that?
I don't know what that was.
I said, due to the fact this ain't trial, no.
Nothing you want to add?
And what should I add?
Nothing. You don't have to add anything. Sometimes a defendant wants to say, hey, I miss my kid, or I want drug treatment, or the prosecutor is a bad person, or whatever. You don't need to say anything at all. I need to give you that opportunity, and you can say, I'm good, and you're saying you're good.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I find there's a factual basis for both of your pleas, and that your pleas are knowing and voluntary, meaning that you've understood what we talked about and that no one is forcing you to enter these pleas. So you are comfortable going forward. But I want to confirm that because you wanted to move fast. Your lawyer was saying, hey, it would be good to look at discovery. But Mr. Williams, you want to go forward with these pleas. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. My best, I think for my best sake, due to the fact of what the offer was, the plea was. Yes,
yep. Okay, you think the offer of probation is in your interest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, I follow that. Ms. Smith, your office filed a recidivist notice in at least one of the cases. Are you withdrawing that or those for purposes of the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Wood, can someone in my office sign your name to the 2 indictments?
Yes, Judge.
I think one is an accusation, but either way. And Ms. Smith, can we sign for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Williams, can we electronically sign your name to the 2 documents indicating your plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll do that. I think the sentencing range in the case ending in 863 for count 1 is actually 1 to 3. So I don't think I could get up to 5 in the other case, so I'm not worried about it.
For the count 1 is, if it's between 1 to, if it's more than 1 gram but less than 4, the sentencing range was 1 to 8.
Oh, I didn't know there was a weight?
Yes.
Okay, and that weight was more than a gram?
Yes.
Okay.
A little bit over a gram, but it was more than.
Got it. Okay, so 1 to 8. Got it. Thank you. So in the case ending in 863, I'm sentencing you to 5 years to serve 1 year with a balance on probation. Count 2, I'm sentencing you to 12 months. That'll run concurrently to serve with count 1. and the sentence in that case will run concurrently with the sentence in your other case ending in 299. And in that case, your sentence is 5 years to serve 1 year with the balance on probation. You will forfeit the firearm that was seized, and you will need to complete the Metro Atlanta Day Reporting Center, which is a restoration and treatment and job readiness program through probation. You'll need to attend the classes as they tell you to attend those classes. Will you all be living in the Fulton County area? Yep, that'll make it easy. And that will be the special condition beyond forfeiting the gun in both your cases. Ms. Wood, anything else in connection with Mr. Williams?
Yes, Judge. For the final disposition, are we good if I sent all of the dates with the breakdown to Ms. Nelson? I just don't want to run into the issue that we just had with my other case. So are we good if we just put all of those dates on there?
I haven't looked at your email, but if your email is what you say it is, and I have no reason to doubt it, we'll put all those dates in there. Ms. Nelson doesn't mind putting the dates in as long as they're documented. And what we've run into trouble, frankly, is not with you, but a prominent private attorney who says, and then this kind of, and says some days, but there's no paperwork for those days. And so then we don't say those days. We just say, hey, you should get credit for time. And then the county doesn't see those days because they were in other jurisdictions.
Got it. It's, I sent all the booking numbers and then also the DOC PDF.
Okay. All right. Ms. Smith, anything else in connection with Mr. Williams's two cases?
No.
All right. Do you need to give Mr. Williams some reporting instructions or connecting with an officer he already has, or? All right. Mr. Williams, please listen up. Ms. Simpson is coming to a camera near you. All right.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. So, you're going to report to the Atlanta Probation Office. Do you remember where that is?
Yes, ma'am.
So you need to report there within 48 hours of your release. Your officer is Officer Lewis. I will pass along your officer's information to your attorney so that she can get it to you, but you need to report to that Atlanta office within 48 hours of your release.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
10 years.
10 years. How's this going to work out?
It's gonna work out, I'm gonna make sure it works out. And then every step.
All right, well, we need your help.
What happened before, we do it, moving forward.
All right, we need your help. He is a hard-headed guy who, we'll see what happens. But just so you understand, if Mr. Williams and I are together again in 6 months, because, yeah, he's got dope or a gun, then you're gonna need to find a different man for the next few years, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Quick question, he's in Fulton County Jail right now, so he can go ahead and be processed out?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he's going to be released today. No one should get their hopes up about that. They've got to mess with the paperwork and confirm that it really it adds up to a year. If it's a little shy of a year, he's got a few more days to spend. If it's more than a year, then they'll get him out.
You had mentioned he did the 88 days previously before he went down the road, he didn't get credit for that, so he did the 88 days. Yeah, he did time on Rice Street, and then he did like a year.
Got it. We've got all that. I can only see the Rice Street time, and I'm talking about that. But Ms. Wood has been working hard on Mr. Williams' behalf to get the Department of Corrections time. So no one's going to shortchange him. It's just we need to get the documents. And they all relate to this. It was him being a knucklehead selling to a cop that got him that year. He has no one to blame. He seems angry, but he should look in the mirror and say, I'm going to do better by my girlfriend or fiance or whatever. But that's on him. We'll see what happens. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, anything else?
No, no.
All right. You can go. So I think we're done. Why are you still here, Ms. Dawson? Oh, that's nice of Ms. Nelson. Mr. Richardson, I think we're good till 1. That's when we have, can I have the case number?
Yeah.
And it may help Ms. Jackson to get that as well.
One moment. Okay, so it's 23 SC 191907.
All right. So, Ms. Jackson, we are back in about an hour and we are taking a plea. It's a gentleman in federal custody. And his name, you may already have all this stuff. His name is Antonio Milner.
Yes, sir, I have it.
You got it. All right. I figured Ms. Nelson took care of you. But we'll do that at 1 o'clock. Oh, and then you're going to figure out Ms. Mann over
Yeah.
the lunch break? Okay. All right. I'll be back in about an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's been a Tamika Stone on the call the whole time.
The man case.
Okay.
Yes.